Recording stopped. Honorable Ntuli Nkobe, Zimbabwe Minister of Finance and Investment Promotion, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Member State delegates and senior officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Welcome, bienvenue, salibonani, mangwanani. A very warm welcome to unique and beautiful Victoria Falls. My name is Nita Diapal Singh. I'm the Director for Conference Management at UN Economic Commission for Africa. I will be your Master of Ceremonies for the conference. On behalf of ECA, I would like to express our gratitude and deep appreciation for the very warm welcome we have received and for the dedication and collaboration of the Honorable Minister's team for organizing this event. We are all here to deliberate on important topics for Africa's future. But I'm sure none of you will miss going out to see the falls, Victoria Falls, which is one of the 7 wonders of the world and is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The theme of the conference, Financing the Transition to Inclusive Green Economies in Africa, Imperatives, Opportunities, and Policy Options, is very timely as the continent grapples with the effect of multiple crises. To drive sustainable industrialization that creates jobs, eradicates poverty, and contributes to sustained economic growth, Africa must build climate resilience, be able to access finance for its development, reap benefit of its natural resources, implement the African Continental Free Trade Area, and leverage technology for Africa's development. These are some of the issues that the conference will discuss and will table solutions for. Some of the recommendations from here will also be carried forward as part of the Africa's voice to the UN Secretary General Summit of the Future happening this September, where world leaders will forge a new international consensus on how we deliver a better present and safeguard the future. Donc, le sujet de notre conférence est une thématique cruciale pour le futur de nos populations. Des économies vertes peuvent être des moteurs pour la création d'emplois, la justice sociale et l'éradication de la pauvreté. En vue de grands chocs mondiaux qui continuent à mettre nos économies à rude épreuve, nous avons donc des délibérations importantes afin d'accroître la résilience de nos économies. So before we get going, let me make a few housekeeping announcements. First of all, for security. In order to observe security standards regarding fire hazards, please note that this venue is strictly non-smoking. For those who do wish to smoke, we kindly request that you do so outside of the tent, and ushers will also guide you. Regarding health, there are doctors and a clinic on the campus for any of your health needs. Again, the ushers will guide you. For coffee breaks and lunch, the refreshment tent is just across, and the ushers will guide you as needed. For washrooms, the washrooms are near the bilateral meeting rooms over there. Again, there are lots of signage throughout the campus, and the ushers are also here to help you. There is also an information desk. For any information and guidance, please feel free to visit the information desk, which is also across from here. Interpretation. We have interpretation in the 3 languages as indicated here. Please press channel 2 for English, le 3 pour le français, and 4 for Arabic. Regarding Wi-Fi, we have open Wi-Fi here. The network is COM 2024. There's no password. We also have an app called COM 2024, which you can get on the App Store or the Play Store. And in the app, you will find under the menu, there's a floor map, and the floor map gives the whole layout for this whole venue. Knowledge fair. There's a knowledge fair tent just across from where you come in, and the government of Zimbabwe has also set up a venue for the Museum of African Liberation. We kindly invite you to visit those. Other activities on the campus, there are local women artisans who are selling local handicrafts in one of the tents here. I urge you and encourage you to support women empowerment. I even got this here, so in the tent. Very beautiful local handicrafts here. You also have excursions that can be arranged at the hotel desk. Now, after the session events, today, this evening, the government of Zimbabwe is hosting a reception for all member states, delegates, and senior officials. This will be at 5:30 at the close of the session in the hotel here by the poolside. Again, there will be ushers and protocol officers to help you get there. On Monday the 4th, after the close of the session, the government of Zimbabwe will be hosting a reception and dinner for all ministers and member states delegates at the Boma restaurant for a truly Zimbabwean experience. On Tuesday the 5th, the last day of the ministerial segment, again after the close of the session, the government of Zimbabwe will graciously be hosting all ministers and member state delegates for hors d'oeuvres on a boat ride. Thank you very much for the government of Zimbabwe. Now, just last thing before I disappear from here, speaking order, anyone present in this room who wishes to take the floor, please put your nameplate up. For those who are connected online, we do have some delegates online. Please raise your hand on the Zoom link and someone will notify the chair. Please note that official delegates of member states will be given first priority for requests to take the floor. So as you see, we have a packed agenda et nous avons beaucoup de travail à accomplir. We thank you for making the time to be here and to connect. Je vous souhaite de très bonnes délibérations et plein de succès dans vos travaux. I will now hand over the floor to Her Excellency Ambassador Rebecca Otengo, who will conduct the rest of the proceedings. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Professor Muthuli Ncube, the Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Innovation Promotion of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, Antonio Pedro, the Deputy DS of ECA. Your Excellency Al-Aji Marong, the Secretary to the Commission, Your Excellency, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and experts from all our member states. Your Excellency, Minister, we are here just to appreciate your country, the beautiful Republic of Zimbabwe, for accepting to host this very important meeting that is so core to the development of our continent. Your Excellency, allow me to report that your team in Addis Ababa did a great job in coordinating this meeting with the Secretariat of the ECA. We'd also like to really let the people of Zimbabwe know that we treat this as a core country of the continent because of your resilience and the Pan-African spirit. So when we are here, we believe we are in one of the very important countries of this continent. Your Excellency, we are going to be here for 1 full week, and we are going to take advantage to look around, but also do a lot of work. And at this point in time, Your Excellency, we are still not going to get into the depth of our work, but we'll report that when the ministers do arrive. At this point, Your Excellency, allow me to appreciate the organization that has been put in this important meeting and take this opportunity to invite the Executive Secretary, the Deputy Executive Secretary, my brother, His Excellency Pedro, to come and invite you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Good morning, Mangwanani Akanaka, Your Excellency Rebecca Amuki Otenga, Chair of the outgoing Bureau, Professor Mthuli Ncube, Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion of Zimbabwe, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. It's my honor to welcome you to Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe, for the 42nd meeting of the Committee of Experts of the Conference of Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, being held here on the theme of financing the transition to inclusive green economies in Africa, imperatives, opportunities, and policy options. But first, allow me to thank the people and the government of Zimbabwe for hosting this very important gathering. Since our last Conference of Ministers, the world has fallen deeper into economic fragility, climate change, conflict, and distrust. Sadly, Africa has not been spared from these global trends. As most of you know, the continent faces disproportionate burdens and risks arising from climate change-related events and patterns. These include prolonged droughts, devastating floods, and out-of-season storms, all of which cause massive humanitarian crises and deepen our economic vulnerabilities. The frequency of these natural disasters reminds us that we are living in an unprecedented era in human history, characterized by critical social and environmental issues. For these reasons, we must accelerate the adoption of just and sustainable transitions, which require long-term structural changes and adequate investment. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the issues we face today are particularly acute because the global financial systems are inadequate and have completely failed Africa. In spite of this, we're equally reminded that we have the ability to create our own solutions to our own problems, no matter how small they may be. That should be our collective focus as we continue the fight to reform the global systems. We have, therefore, a unique opportunity to actively transform our countries by transition into inclusive, low-carbon, and resource-efficient economies. In practice, this can be achieved by combining environmental commitments with climate action, socioeconomic commitments with poverty eradication and reducing inequalities. And we must break away from being exporters of raw materials. The transformative entry points that can catalyze and multiply effects across the SDGs are as follows. Firstly, we urgently need to transform our food systems. According to the FAO, Africa hosts 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land and is home to 9% of global freshwater sources. However, the continent continually suffers from rising hunger, post-harvest losses, and widespread malnutrition. Furthermore, shifts in agroecological zones due to climate change have affected several breadbaskets in Africa, impacting on our food sovereignty and resiliency. To transform our agriculture and food systems at scale, we must prioritize the development of regional value chains by de-risking investment and fast-tracking the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. These measures will help to insulate the continent from global food security shocks. Secondly, we need to enhance energy access and affordability. Less than 2% of global clean energy investments flow to Africa. Meanwhile, over 600 million Africans, representing 52% of its population, do not have access to electricity. This sobering truth, after 60 years of independence for most African countries, cannot be allowed to continue. We must embrace the transition to affordable, renewable energy by making the most of our solar, wind, and geothermal resources, as well as our green hydrogen potential. This would make our products globally competitive by meeting the most stringent carbon adjustment measures. Thirdly, we must increase digital connectivity and inclusion. Internet penetration on the continent remains low, with only 40% of Africans using internet, revealing a digital divide that prevents our member states from taking full advantage of the digital age and accessing technological solutions that are available elsewhere. Fourthly, education systems must be transformed. As most of you know, by 2030, young Africans are expected to constitute 42% of the world's youth. With such demographics, when many parts of the world are struggling with aging populations, we urgently need to secure the future of our youth by empowering them with the knowledge and skills for the jobs of the future. To do this, we must undertake a comprehensive foresight analysis that will inform the transformation of education systems and curricula. Fifthly, we must create jobs and enhance social protection. According to the ILO, Africa has the largest rate of unemployed youth. 11.2% of Africans between 15 and 24 years old are unemployed, with the number as high as 80% in some African countries. To mitigate this problem, governments must pursue integrated, comprehensive industrial policies and private sector development strategies that create jobs for young people and improve the transition from school to work. Lastly, we must embolden our response and collective action on climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. The Nairobi Declaration acknowledged that climate change is the single greatest challenge facing humanity and the single biggest threat to all life on Earth. The Declaration calls for the valorization of our natural capital, potentially making it an important asset class to expand our fiscal space, starting with the development of credible carbon credit markets. At the right price, the latter could generate investment of up to $100 billion per annum, creating 100 million jobs by 2050. The same opportunity exists with the biodiversity credits, where Africa can become a price maker rather than price taker if the right kind of investments were made. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's clear that we face seemingly insurmountable obstacles, but our resolve and collective action must equal the task ahead. We already have the natural capital to overcome our challenges, from tropical forests or mangroves in Zimbabwe, Cape Verde, the Congo Basin, and the Sahel, to industrial parks and special zones that have access to lithium, cobalt, solar irradiation, and power. With an abundance of Arab land, carbon credits and biodiversity credits, green hydrogen and geothermal resources, our renewable and non-renewable resources offer us the pathways to green and sustainable transitions. Working in close partnership with the African Union, African multilateral banks, and other stakeholders, we are making this happen in several countries on the continent. To make a difference, however, we need more scale and ambition, supported by a pipeline of credible projects and initiatives, well-designed industrial policies with science, technology, and innovation at the center. With these remarks, allow me to express my confidence that practical solutions to financing the transition to inclusive green economies in Africa will be found in this room. Thank you for your attention. It's my honor and privilege now to invite Professor Mthuli Ncube to deliver his statement. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Ambassador Pedro. I recognize the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Clifford Gatete. I recognize the Deputy Executive Secretary for UNECA, Ambassador Pedro. I also recognize the Chair of the UNECA Bureau, other government officials here present, esteemed guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Bonjour. Bon dia. Karibu. Sabah al-Khir. Let me begin by welcoming you all to Zimbabwe, especially to this majestic Victoria Falls, one of the 7 wonders of the world. I wish to express our deepest appreciation for the opportunity to host the 56th session of the UNECA Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, Economic Development, running under the theme, Financing the Transition to Inclusive Green Economies in Africa, looking at the imperatives, the opportunities, and the policy options. Allow me to take this opportunity to extend my sincere congratulations to Dr. Clever Gatete on his appointment as the Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. We wish him a successful tenure at the helm of UNECA. We also want to commend UNECA's support towards development of Africa over the years, E.S. Pedro. Among other sectors, UNECA has provided support to the African Union and its member states in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, this conference offers an important platform for African ministers of finance, planning, and economic development, central bank governors to converge and exchange ideas, experiences, and knowledge. This year, the esteemed gathering provides us an opportunity to foster greater understanding and collaboration among African ministers of finance, ICT, trade, industry, and environment on the theme of our conference. Implementation of this important theme requires a whole-of-government approach. As you are aware, the primary objective of this conference is to promote the economic and social development of our member states, to foster intra-regional integration and promote international cooperation for Africa's development. It is also an opportunity for us to collectively address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead as we continue to navigate the post-COVID-19 era. Ladies and gentlemen, the hungry world cannot be fed until and unless there is a balance in growth of resources, technology, and population. It is unfortunate that Africa is not leveraging its resources enough. This is including its land. As you know, the continent has around 127 million hectares of potentially irrigable land, of which only around 13% of this land is currently used for irrigation. Only 13% of the 127 million hectares. We have vast water bodies to irrigate our rich soils. All we need is investment in advanced irrigation technology and enough funding for climate-proof our agriculture as we strive to become food secure. Financing the transition to inclusive green economies comes with a cost, and we need to finance this transition with the support of the international community and promoting investment in renewable and environmentally friendly sources of energy. Colleagues, it is high time we join hands as a continent and strengthen our existing regional trading blocs, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, to promote the free movement of goods, services, and people within Africa. I call upon all member states to remove barriers to all entry and exit points so that we create a single market for goods and services that promote intra-Africa trade as well as overall industrial development. It is my hope that the AfCFTA will make Africa more competitive in the global economy and that it will create jobs and increase economic growth across the entire continent. Colleagues, there is an urgent need for domestic resource mobilization towards financing the transition to inclusive green economies, as it helps to mobilize private sector investment in climate change mitigation and adaptation projects. I also call for experts here present to interrogate the role of the current architecture of the international financial system and institutions in view of the unequal impact of the global shocks on weaker countries on our continent. As you are aware, Africa has limited fiscal and monetary policy space to respond to shocks and is often highly dependent on international financial institutions. For example, during the peak of COVID-19, countries were given special drawing rights by the IMF and the SDRs. However, most of the poor countries in Africa received a small share compared to the rest of the world, a small share compared to the development gap that needed to be funded here in Africa. It is worth mentioning that African countries are growing, and geopolitical tensions and the impact of climate change, hence all these posed a negative financial impact on the continent. Therefore, the continent needs additional financing mechanisms to meet this growing demand. The emergence of non-traditional lenders in recent years has also complicated, but also created opportunities for debt resolution processes. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to highlight that Africa's greenhouse emissions are relatively low compared to the rest of the world, accounting for less than 5% of global emissions. However, Africa is disproportionately affected by the negative impact of climate change, which includes extreme weather, events such as droughts, floods, and heat waves. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, the 10 warmest years in the 174-year record have all occurred during the last decade, between 2014 and 2023. This trend is attributed to the ongoing effects of climate change, including the greenhouse effect and the loss of ice and snow cover. This impact is exacerbated by the fact that many African countries lack the resources and infrastructure to adapt to climate change. This has led to increased poverty in some areas and vulnerability, crop losses, loss of human lives, and hence the need for a just and fair energy transition process. Ladies and gentlemen, in our region, as a result of climate change, in March 2019, Cyclone Idai led to the loss of over 1,000 people in Mozambique. It caused widespread devastation in Zimbabwe, with at least 259 people losing their lives and leaving over 500,000 people in need of urgent assistance. It destroyed homes, roads, bridges, cutting off access to food, clean water, and medical care. In Malawi, for example, the cyclone affected nearly 900,000 people, with more than 230,000 people being displaced as a result. Currently, drier than average conditions have become dominant across the southern region, and the impact is more severe along the belt extending from the northern half of Namibia, Angola, Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and into most of Mozambique. This therefore calls for a concerted effort for rapid and deep emissions cuts by the developed countries and accelerated actions to adapt to climate change to limit the severity of the least polluting countries in Africa. And Africa is most affected. As an adaptation measure to combat climate change impacts, African countries should consider taking advantage of artificial intelligence to fight the effects of climate change, such as droughts, which result in crop failures, as we know. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, the total cost of transitioning to a low carbon and climate change resilient economy in Africa is estimated at around 130 to 170 billion US dollars annually between now and the year 2030. This includes the cost of investing in clean energy, sustainable agriculture, water management, and building climate resilient infrastructure. However, the benefits of making these transitions are estimated to be much higher, with a potential net benefit of up to $3 trillion per year up to year 2030. As you are aware, at COP 2015 in 2009, developed countries committed to a collective goal of mobilizing $100 billion per year by 2020 for climate change financing in developing countries. In the context of meaningful mitigation actions, funding for adaptation, technology transfer, and capacity building and transparency on implementation of these commitments. However, we are now in 2024, and African countries have not yet received the $100 billion so promised in climate finance by these developed countries. As stated in the African leaders' Nairobi Declaration on climate change and call to action, Africa can be a global powerhouse for climate action and offers an opportunity for investments for the continent to be a green industrial hub. It is important to unlock the renewable energy resources that we have on our continent. Zimbabwe, on the strength of its renewable and non-renewable resources, has investment opportunities in solar energy, in critical minerals such as lithium. Zimbabwe is the largest deposits of lithium on the African continent, for example. The nearby Zambezi River, on which Victoria Falls is found, provides a huge opportunity for hydropower. So far, we know that Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Mozambique are extracting hydropower from this river with incredible opportunities still remaining to be exploited, particularly on the Zimbabwe and Mozambique side. And we're looking into building hydroelectric facilities along this river. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is already in debt distress, and for the sub-Saharan African region alone is experiencing high levels of indebtedness. We see that in year 2022, debt was as high as $833 billion. According to the IMF, if you look at the medium public debt ratios, these have increased from about by 30 percentage points, from 28.8% of GDP in 2012 increased to about 59.1% of GDP in 2022. You can see that debt levels have risen since 2012, and this is clearly unpalatable. The increases over the last decade are due to a series of shocks, including the COVID-19 pandemic, climate-related events, natural disasters, and high international prices of food, fuel, fertilizers in the aftermath of the geopolitical tensions and conflicts. Worth noting are efforts put in place through the G20 Common Framework for resolving resolving sovereign debt crises. The framework aims to provide a coordinated and orderly approach to debt restructuring to prevent and resolve debt crises while promoting economic growth and development. The current market environment has become challenging for many African countries, with access to market financing tightening up and becoming very expensive, as advanced economies have raised interest rates to fight inflation, and international investors have become more risk averse. Official financing flows are also trending downwards relative to the country's economic size and needs. As a result, it is becoming increasingly difficult for countries to roll over their maturing debt, forcing them to make difficult policy choices, including defaults. In this context, debt restructuring has become a growing concern for African countries that are experiencing debt vulnerabilities and risks to debt sustainability. In view of the above challenges, access to finance for Africa must be made cheaper and easier. Hence, there is need to relook at the international financial architecture to ensure that it is fit for purpose. To support African countries to attain Agenda 2063 aspirations and to achieve the SDG goals by year 2030, and above all, to reduce poverty and gender prosperity, which is the main challenge for our continent. In addition, due to lack of access to climate finance, African countries are not able to reduce the negative impacts of climate change we face year by year. To this end, I would like to join others who have called for the reform of the global financial architecture. Furthermore, the debt resolution mechanisms such as the G20 debt framework and climate change funding must be overhauled to accommodate Africa's special and specific needs. In addition, it is important that we valorize our natural capital by mainstreaming our natural capital accounting in our national accounts. This would lead to a rebasing of our GDP and expansion of our physical space and reducing vulnerability to external shocks. As we discuss the issue of greening our economies, it is important to take into account our forests, which can be a source for development, and also a force for reducing carbon emissions. Honorable ministers that have listed above can become part of the formulation of an African common position for the summit of the future, a future where Africa has an integral part and plays an important role in the transition to a greener and more sustainable world. This will be a future where Africa uses its natural resources to foster its industrialization and economic diversification, ending the export of raw materials. It is also important to overcome the digital gap by promoting digital transformation in Africa. To this end, science, technology, and innovation must be at the center of our education systems and development policies. This will help us create jobs for the youth as we continue with our efforts to reduce poverty and gender prosperity on the continent. As Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development, we have a big responsibility to make this a reality through allocation of resources, prioritization of investments, and achievement of structural transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I encourage all technocrats and government officials to freely share ideas and policy suggestions that will guide governments in decision-making. I also encourage all of you to take advantage of the opportunity to visit the mighty Victoria Falls, or Mosi Oya Tunya in the local Tonga language, or the smoke that thunders, and explore what Zimbabwe has to offer. Let the thunder and beauty of this natural wonder inspire you as we discuss and deliberate on financing the transition to inclusive green economies in Africa, looking at imperatives, opportunities, and policy options. May your experience in Victoria Falls be not only a memorable one, but also a reminder to our collective responsibility to protect, preserve our natural and cultural heritage. I thank you. I wish you all a productive and an enlightening conference. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your very detailed exposition. We just know that the conference will be in the right hand, because if you are the one steering us for the next 1 year, then we are on the right track. Your Excellencies, allow me to propose that after listening to the Honorable Minister, we can't do much, but you need to stretch and take some coffee and meditate and really look at what the Minister told us, because it's a guiding light that is given unto us. I'm going to graciously give you 30 minutes to go and stretch, wash your hands, and take a cup of coffee, then we return. They are giving me the right time, so 10 minutes to 11, we should all be in the room. And I propose that you sit behind your flag so that we are able to know who is here. Thank you. I now adjourn up to 10 minutes to 11. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your Excellencies and dear experts from the different capitals, I would like to call the meeting back to order after our break. May I once again take the opportunity to thank the Minister for gracing the opening ceremony and the ES for also giving very good exposition to us. Your Excellencies, dear participants, we are going to a very important stage of our meeting, as shall be cast on the screen, that we now move to the election of the new Bureau and adoption of the agenda and the program of work. I would like to invite the Committee of Experts to turn to item 2 on the provisional agenda, and it's entitled Elections of the Bureau and Adoption of the Agenda and Program of Work. It must be amongst your documents, and it's contained in the document that we are going to refer to as E/COE/42/3-Rev2, just amongst the package that you have with you and also on the screen. I would like to report that as the outgoing chair, I organize a series of consultations in Addis Ababa between the outgoing Bureau members, each of whom in turn organize consultations within one of the 5 sub-regional groupings that he or she represents. The outgoing Bureau took into consideration the tradition and practice of the ECA, Conference of Ministers, also ensuring representation of all the sub-regional groupings in the Bureau and the principle of rotation. For your information, the composition of the Bureau for the last 22 sessions can also be found in the annotated provisional agenda in your package. On this basis of consultations, the following has been received as the nominations for the Bureau of the 56th session of the Commission. Chair, Zimbabwe for Southern Africa. First Vice Chair, Egypt for Northern Africa. Second Vice Chair, for Central Africa, they are still consulting. Third Vice Chair, Cote d'Ivoire for West Africa, and Uganda remains the rapporteur. That clap signifies that there is no objection. I would also like to propose that, basing on our standing practice, an ad hoc drafting committee shall be established in this session too. The ad hoc drafting committee will review and clear the draft report of the Committee of Experts in advance of its consideration for adoption by the Committee of Experts in the plenary on Friday. The drafting committee would also review the draft ministerial statement and draft resolution to be adopted by the Conference of Ministers in the plenary meeting next Tuesday. The Secretariat drafting team will work with the ad hoc drafting committee and would submit the drafts they have prepared to the drafting committee. The drafting committee would have a membership of 10 representatives, made up of 2 members from each of the 5 sub-regional groups, normally members of the outgoing and the incoming bureau, unless some of the sub-regional groups decide to nominate members otherwise. Therefore, the Bureau of the 55th session of the conference has had series of consultations in Addis Ababa on the membership of the ad hoc drafting committee. Based on those consultations, the following has been received as composition of the drafting committee: North Africa, Morocco, the Kingdom of Morocco, and Egypt. West Africa, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire. Eastern Africa, Uganda, and Mauritius. Central Africa, Equatorial Guinea, we are waiting for the second member state. Southern Africa, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. You are not clapping? Thank you for no objection, and it is therefore decided. I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to everyone who has worked with us for the success of our mandate. And I'm grateful for the support of the outgoing Bureau. I can only report that that was a very active Bureau. And in leadership, we say, if you have a team of members in the management and there's totally no conflict, it means no work is taking place. If there's a bit of conflict, it means we are moving and there's production taking place. If there's too much conflict, it then means that the organization is about to wind up. We worked at the level of number 2. A bit of conflict and production took place. I would like to thank the Bureau members for that. And I would also like to say that Zimbabwe, the team in Addis Ababa and that in Harare, supported our work when we were trying to get the host of this very important conference. But I would call upon you to clap for the Secretariat because they did more work. Don't think I don't want to get up, but I now have the honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, Mr. A.N. Buvumba, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion of the Great Republic of Zimbabwe, to take your seat at the podium. Is now the incoming chair of the Committee of Experts and is taking his seat at the podium, and he will steer the remainder of the meeting. Your Excellency, you're welcome. This way. Not even my coat should remain here. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Let me first of all welcome you all to Zimbabwe, which is being held here at the magnificent Victoria Falls. I hope you'll enjoy the lovely environment we have and also the beauty around us. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe, let me thank all the member states for electing Zimbabwe as the chair of this conference, and we humbly accept this responsibility over the next 12 months. Thank you so much. Let me also thank the members of the Outgoing Bureau under the chair of my sister from Uganda for the sterling work which they undertook. Well done, colleagues. Thank you so much. I have noted that we have a loaded agenda for the next 3 days, so we need to be focused in our deliberations, keep time, and make sure that what we are discussing results in productive solutions for the continent. So I'm looking forward to your cooperation and looking forward to the 12 months ahead for us to be productive and results-oriented in our focus. On behalf of the 42nd meeting of the Committee of Experts and 56th session of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Zimbabwe for their cooperation and generosity in hosting this year's gathering. Please allow me to begin by thanking the outgoing chair, which I've done, and all members of the Bureau. I think they've achieved sterling work and results. Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen delegates, well, as I've already said, we are grateful for this honor to be chair, and we are committing fully to the progress and successful 12 months. And we will be articulating our areas of focus for the next 12 months. Let me also go on to express our issues as we go forward. I think one of the issues for Africa is the Sustainable Development Goals. I think that has been critical and foundational in most of the policies and activities and programs for Africa. This, of course, is being guided by Agenda 2063. And at this juncture, it is very important for us to see progress and also assess how progress is being achieved by the various countries in Africa on these two critical focus areas. I think the issues on the progress we have achieved, there are risks associated going forward. Some are high, some are medium, some are low. But I think all risks, we need to mitigate the risks for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and our Agenda 2063. I think one of the critical imperatives is the financing of the transition to inclusive green growth which is very critical for Africa. As my honorable minister has already talked about, we are the least polluters, but the worst hit by this, by the climate change. So we need to accelerate progress towards mobilizing resources, and also in that process towards SDGs achievement and Agenda 2063. I think what will be critical for Africa going forward is to ensure sustainable and equitable growth, and also which is inclusive. I think the critical issue for me is we're always talking of potential. Africa is potential. I think we now need to move to action and results. We've talked too long of potential and the natural resources, etc., etc. I think strategically we need now to focus on results. The jobs, creating food security, ensuring we have sustainable health systems, education, etc. So I think during our tenure, we would want to see actionable programs and results-oriented programs, and we should be measured in terms of what we are doing as we go forward with our program. So for me, let's have action, action, and action. I think today we'll be focusing on the issues relating to synergies between domestic and international financing. I think we'll look at issues both for the private sector and public sector, and also the development financing framework, and the issues of debt vulnerabilities which have taken center stage for Africa. We know there are various countries now in debt distress, so it's a critical issue we have to look at. One of my critical issues will be the G20 common framework, which has been slow in response to our challenges for those countries facing these issues. I know my neighbor Zambia has been at it for too long, and this is not really acceptable. We need agile solutions for these debt vulnerabilities. I think also there are issues which are critical for us in terms of domestic resource mobilization, where if you look at the percentage of GDP of revenues, they are very low for some African countries. So we need to enhance our capabilities on tax administration and also all the critical areas relating to revenue. And I think one of the critical areas we have avoided as Africa, which is a big drain for Africa, is the illicit financial flows. This area we duck and dive, and we are not going head on with this critical issue. The resources are going out, and the studies have shown that this is a huge drain on Africa, and it's even bigger than ODA. So really, I think it's an area which I would want to urge the ECA, also together with other international financial institutions like the ADB, etc. We work on this also issue. I know the AU also, they commissioned a report by the former president of South Africa on this issue. So I think it's something we need to take much more seriously and boldly as we move forward as Africa. I think for me, it's one of the areas I also raised when I was at the World Bank in terms of issues relating to illicit financial flows. So I think we need solutions. We've talked enough, we've researched enough on these issues. I think we need action now going forward. I know we also focus on concessional financing, but for me it's concessional financing versus the abundant resources we have. I think if we lock our resources and make them sweat, the issue of concessional financing for Africa will not be necessary, and I firmly believe in this. We have the land, we have the resources and everything. Why are we going out, begging out there for concessional financing? We have enough resources. Let's exploit our resources. Let's maximize the resources. So this is my take on issues of, whilst concessional financing is okay, but I think it's high time Africa stood up and made its assets sweat for the benefit of the poor. So that's one issue I'd like also us to look at as we go forward. And then also the issues of technology and industrialization are becoming critical. I hope we can also be practical and look at issues of value addition. We've talked about opportunities in value addition, but we don't have strategic programs, strategic country or regional based strategies for value addition. So it's one area we should also be looking at. We have talked a lot about also the SMEs, etc., in terms of how they contribute to employment, to GDP. In most of our countries, as you're aware, we have a huge informal sector. I've also been battling with this word, informal sector. I think it's high time we respected that sector. If a sector is contributing over 60% of your GDP, I don't think you can no longer call it informal. So I think it's an issue of not demonizing this sector. Let's look at how we can increase its competitiveness, its productivity, etc. So this is one area I'm very much interested in terms of the scaling up of the SMEs and the so-called informal sector, and making sure that it is recognized and given the support for it to be competitive and also to increase productivity. And then the other area is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and I hope also we can look at these issues in terms of our efforts to make sure that we move forward as rapidly as possible. I know there are programs up there with the Secretariat, but I hope we can fast track this area so that we can be a giant in terms of the market potential we have. Again, we need to move from a potential to realization of the benefits of this huge market which we have in Africa. I think also we acknowledge the huge opportunities by being presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and the resilience and also the contributions from each country. But I think now we need to focus on concrete actions. How do we move forward with implementing what we've agreed to? So in conclusion, on behalf of the incoming Bureau, I would like to assure that we'll do our best to work with all of you and with the ECA leadership team to bring strategic foresight and innovative ideas to scale, exploring financing opportunities and the exploitation of our natural resources for the benefit of the continent, to ensure that we address the inequality and vulnerabilities on the continent, as well as propel Africa onto a sustainable, prosperous, equitable, and development path and beyond. I'm very confident that our deliberations on the serious issues on the agenda will be productive and lead to concrete outcomes for the benefit of our people and our continent. I look forward to collaborating with each of you to achieve our shared goals and make positive impact on our dear continent. I thank you. Colleagues, we have circulated the program and the sessions. We are running behind time, so I'll try and guide the meeting so that we catch up on time. And time for me is, timekeeping is essential so that we manage our business productively and we make progress. So could I invite the presentation on the recent economic and social development in Africa. This will give us the foundation of our conversation for the next 3 days, so that we understand the headwinds, what is affecting Africa's growth and the prospects, etc. So let me call upon the Director of Macroeconomic and Governance Division for ECA, Adam El-Hiraika, to come and make a presentation. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure to present an overview of recent economic and social developments in Africa to stimulate discussion and reflections on country experiences and regional experiences. The overall message The overall message of this presentation is that Africa seems to be stuck in low growth mood, which is not enough for our economic and social development, and which is not commensurate with our potential. We will keep repeating this, and this has been part of our narrative, especially within ECA, for a long time, since we started to advocate for structural transformation, for industrialization, for job creation, value addition, and transformation that will increase incomes, employment, and help us to reduce poverty, and also to protect the environment. Unfortunately, as the presentation will show, growth remains very limited in Africa compared to Africa's potential and needs. In 2023, the world economy showed 2023 and 2024, the world economy grew at modest rates of 2.7% in 2023, and 2.4% is expected to take place in 2024. And Africa remains highly dependent on exports of raw material. So whatever happens in the global economy will affect growth in Africa. So economic growth in Africa has declined to 2.8% in 2023, down from 3.1% in 2022. As I said, Africa continues to rely heavily on primary commodity production and exports, and changes in commodity prices globally affect Africa in two ways. Recently, as you all know, food commodity prices have increased and remained elevated for a long time. And this has a negative impact on Africa as far as imports are concerned. On the other hand, primary commodity, especially minerals, prices have declined over the last few years. And this has a negative impact on export revenues. So the two types of changes are not good for Africa. Recently, of course, as you all know, there is a decline in global growth because of the financial crunch, global financial crunch, and the slowdown in demand especially for exports. Yet we expect growth in Africa to recover this year to 3.5% and reach 4.2% in 2026. When we look at growth by region, we find that East Africa is leading Africa's regions, sub-regions, growing at around 5.5% in 2023. And East Africa has been actually leading Africa's growth for quite some time, thanks to sustained investments, especially in infrastructure and private consumption and government consumption, as well as net exports. Growth in Africa by sub-region is also led by growth in West Africa at over 3% in 2023, and then there is a recovery in North Africa. However, growth in Southern Africa continues to be low, especially in large economies like South Africa. Now, looking at the factors underpinning Africa's growth as a whole, net exports continue to be the main driver of growth, followed by investment and private consumption. Now, the good news is that Africa is not a country, as we all know. So there are good countries, really good examples of growth in a number of countries. Looking at top growers in the world, the top 10, we find that 6 of them are Africans. Niger growing at 12.8%, expected to grow at 12.8% in 2024, thanks to increases in oil production, mineral revenue, and also expected recovery in agriculture. Rwanda growing, Senegal next, growing at 8.8%. Also in Senegal in particular, expected increase in manufactured output and domestic investment. The same also for Rwanda, expected to grow at 7.5%. And then DRC at 6.5% increase in minerals and revenue, and Cote d'Ivoire 5.5%, Ethiopia 6.4%. Some of these countries have been growing steadily at high rates, especially Ethiopia, over the last 10 years or so, and thanks to increasing diversification of production and manufacturing in particular. I'm sure you all have examples to share of how your countries are doing to boost growth, especially through diversification. We have other also countries that are doing well. To mention, we have Benin, Uganda, and Guinea, and Cote d'Ivoire, and Guinea-Bissau. So there are examples of countries that are doing relatively well, but there are also examples of countries that are not doing well in terms of growth. Now going to fiscal performance, Africa's average fiscal balance has deteriorated to 4.6% of GDP in 2023 and expected to deteriorate further to 5% of GDP in 2024. I think the reasons are well known to all of you. Revenue is not increasing at the rate needed to cover increases in government expenditure. And here we will be talking a lot about the potential that is not tapped yet. Africa, we have demonstrated in many reports that Africa has the potential really to increase domestic revenue mobilization, especially tax revenue, through improved tax administration and policies, and through innovative sources of finance. We demonstrated in 2019 economic report on Africa that African countries have the potential to increase tax revenue alone as a percentage of GDP by between 12 and 20%. Currently, the average tax GDP rate in Africa is about 15.6%, which is very low compared to the global average of above 30%. So the potential is huge. The onus is on us to do all we can to increase tax revenue and private finance as well. In ECA, we have been working with a number of countries, Mr. Chairman, to help them to learn from each other. For example, countries like Egypt did a lot of work to increase tax revenue over the last 10 years, and we have been supporting countries like Libya, Sudan, Mauritania, to learn from them. Also, countries like Kenya are doing relatively well in terms of tax revenue, especially excise tax revenue, and we supported some countries like Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Tanzania to learn from these experiences. There are a lot of experiences within Africa that African countries can learn from. And these countries have very similar context, very similar institutional constraints, so that it is easier for them to learn from each other than going to learn from advanced economies, for example. So the potential is there to address this fiscal gap, fiscal imbalance. Forecast indicates that debt will reach above the pre-pandemic level. Africa's external debt was estimated at 1.8 billion by the end of 2022. This is huge, representing 65.2% of GDP. And this is huge. His Excellency, the Minister of Finance of Zimbabwe, and many speakers, the DAS, Pedro, spoke about these debt issues and the need to address Africa's debt problem, with 8 countries in debt distress, 13 countries expected to be in debt distress, at the risk of debt distress. So there is a need for African countries to work with partners to address this debt problem through debt relief, debt restructuring, and also there is a need for African countries to internally work on how to address the issues of debt. Of course, increased mobilization of domestic resources and promotion of exports are some of the means through which African countries can address the debt issues. Inflation in Africa remains also high, relatively high, at 18.3% in 2023. Although, because of course, as you all know, currency depreciation in many countries is pushing up prices, and also the commodity price, the relative decline in commodity prices and net exports have affected prices in many countries. Also, issues of rising global interest rates contribute to inflation in Africa. Yet the expectation by ECA is that in the short to medium term, inflation is expected to moderate to 14.5% in 2024 and 10.6% in 2025. This as food and energy prices subside and monetary policies remain tight in most African countries. But these inflation rates are still high and a concern for some countries. Now, annual inflows of foreign direct investment remain stable at around $45 billion per year. This is still very low, and this also indicates the need for African countries to continue to encourage domestic investment. Well, now coming to trade, and this is a very interesting story, which my colleague Stephen will talk more about. And we have to take notice of opportunities for Africa. As I said, net exports, as exports minus imports, have been the main contributor to Africa's growth in recent years. This is a very good, and positive aspects of Africa's growth. So there is a potential for Africa to increase growth through trade. And there are two sides to this trade. Of course, international trade and regional trade. When we look at international trade, the opportunities are there. But we continue to rely heavily on primary commodity exports that do not really bring the amount of revenues we need. Still, Africa's contribution to global trade is below 3%. And similarly, Africa's share in global income is below 3%. What we need to do is to process these primary commodities. And we will never stop talking about the need for processing, value addition, and so on. Because this is the only way for Africa to claim its right share in the global economy. And Africa cannot continue to rely on primary commodities and exports jobs to the world, to the rest of the world, and also continue to have this number of poor, which I will talk about shortly. But when we come to regional trade, we see the huge opportunities there, and huge opportunities for Africa to promote industrialization, value addition, and income generation through regional exports. Currently, regional exports are about 110 billion US dollars. It looks small, but when we look at the composition of these exports, we find that 43% of them are in manufactured goods. This is what we have been talking about since we started to talk about the need for transformation and industrialization. Well, when some economists from the West were telling us, you cannot industrialize, you cannot trade among yourselves, you should continue to focus on primary commodities, production and exports. $110 billion of regional exports, 43% of them are in manufactured goods. This is huge in terms of percentage. So if we can increase regional exports to $1 trillion, 43% of them are in, or 50% of them are in manufactured goods, I can tell you that the continent will transform. The continent will create a lot of jobs, and we will be able to reduce poverty significantly. And this is exactly what we need to focus on. And as I said, my colleague Stephen Karinge will talk more about the opportunities provided by intra-Africa trade and the AFCFTA. Now, moving to the social development in Africa. Unfortunately, Africa today is a home to about 54% of the world poor. Just imagine. Africa has a population of about 18% of the world population, but home to 54% of the world poor. And according to ECA estimates, 476 million Africans are expected to be under the poverty line in 2024. And the poverty rate is estimated at around 32.5%. This is huge. This is very huge. So the increase in poverty rates in extreme poverty between 2019 and 2023 is 28%. This is very huge. And we need a new social contract for Africa really to address this poverty problem. Well, there are a lot of factors, of course, contributing to this. The nature of growth and the nature and the climate change, and also high dependency within Africa on informal economies continue to contribute significantly, of course, added to lack of modernization of agriculture, high dependence on indigenous technologies with new technologies and systems in place. So poverty continues to rise in Africa. This trend of low growth rates, high poverty, unemployment, inequality in Africa raises a lot of risk for our growth prospects. And the risk include the nature of production systems, consumption systems, as well as global risk in terms of sluggish global economic growth and tight global financial conditions, political instability and geopolitical fragmentation. We have seen political unrest in a number of African countries. I also spoke about high debt levels and high inflationary pressures. These are some of the risks and the opportunities we see in terms of African continental free trade area and adoption of innovative financing mechanisms, including climate finance, including debt for nature, swaps, and so on. And African countries can take advantage of the global shifts, including the transition towards renewable energy. Already you heard the talk about COP28 and the opportunities there for climate finance and strengthening productive capacities by adopting well-designed and funded industrial policies that capture climate change and accelerate the green energy transition in Africa. And in this context, I will talk shortly about a forthcoming report, edition of Economic Report on Africa, which is on just and sustainable transition in Africa. But before talking about that, let me briefly talk about key policy recommendations of this brief overview of economic and social conditions for African countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063. It is vital to mobilize more domestic resources and introduce innovative finance mechanisms through capacity building, institutional strengthening, and promotion of tax reforms, which I spoke about, use of digital technology in particular. We have seen huge variation across countries. In some countries, the tax system or the public finance system, the whole public finance system is digitized. But in some countries, digitization remains very limited. I don't want to mention these countries, but I think it is important really to be aware of the opportunities to fully digitize your public finance system. And that can make a huge difference in our calculations. Digitization can increase tax revenue. Digitization alone can increase tax revenue by up to 6% of GDP. So the opportunities are huge. Environmental tax and innovative finance mechanisms such as debt swaps also provide opportunities for enhancing domestic resource mobilization. And with the increasing number of countries in or at debt distress, as I said, there also need to be arrangements to address debt problems. And again, we are talking about structural reforms to help to revive growth and bolster resilience to enhance the effectiveness of fiscal and monetary policies in Africa and to accelerate implementation of AfCFTA and to step commitments to forge new social contracts. I also spoke about the need for this in view of high poverty rates in Africa. which threaten political and social stability in many countries, as you are aware. Finally, to capitalize on the current global shifts, including the transition towards renewable energy. And here I would like to, Mr. Chair, to just take 1 minute talking about a forthcoming report, economic report on Africa, on investing in just and sustainable transitions in Africa. This report we plan to launch during the upcoming Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development to be held in Egypt, I think in the third week of, or around 23 April 2024. So this report looked at the issues we are talking about in terms of promotion of structural transformation on the continent. This structural transformation requires a just and sustainable transition, i.e., a sustainable development path that promote well-being, poverty reduction, employment, and reduction of inequality in a context of high growth and sustainable growth that is compatible with our environmental objectives. That does not affect the environment around us. And we can see, the beauty of that happening when we come to a place like Victoria Falls. We want to see development that does not undermine that does not undermine the environment around us, but that creates jobs for our people. This is what we mean by just and sustainable transition in Africa, and this transition is possible given the resources we have, the natural resources we have in Africa, and the opportunities for us to use our minerals, critical minerals in particular, effectively and efficiently to create jobs and to add value. Again, we come back to value addition and industrialization as the only sure way for us in Africa to create jobs and to increase the value of exports. Let us stop producing and exporting primary commodities. If we continue to do that, we will harm the environment, and we will continue to have rising poverty rates and unemployment rates. Some people in my generation, Mr. Chair, have been some people in this meeting I spoke with continue to express their disappointment. But still, this generation should pass this message to the next generation and then the generation after, that Africa needs to industrialize, to transform, to add value in order to create jobs, in order to increase income, and to save the environment, because our current mood of production, consumption, and technology is a threat to the environment, is a threat to political and social stability, and is a threat to the well-being of African people. And to do that, we need a shift in production systems, consumption systems, technology, and we need new governance and leaders. Leaders, not just the presidents and the prime ministers, but leaders like you here in this room who can bring these new ideas and shift the focus of policy making and implementation to really create opportunities for the transition, the just and sustainable transition Africa needs. In this context, we have some preliminary findings and policy recommendations which we will share with you again during a formal presentation during the ministerial segment of the conference of Ministers. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Adam. Well, colleagues, you have heard the presentation. The usual issues we are talking about: diversification, fiscal space, debt distress, macroeconomic stability, trade, low trade levels in Africa, increasing poverty levels, political instability, etc., etc. So I would like us to go straight into 10 minutes of discussion. In terms of our discussions, let's be concise, and also let's offer practical solutions, and also country experiences in some of these critical areas which have come out from the presentation. Those who want to contribute, please, let's put up our country tag, and then we can identify those who want to contribute. Thank you. We open this for discussion. Yes, I can see. Yes. DRC? Okay.
Nous venons de suivre avec attention soutenue les brillants exposés des orateurs, mais nous les remercions pour leur contribution. Mais j'ai une observation à faire. Moi, je m'attendais au moment où d'autres pays accélèrent leur passage à des économies vertes, les pays africains doivent être prêts à exploiter les chances qu'offre cette transition en se dotant d'avantages concurrentiels dynamiques pour la production et l'exportation dans les nouveaux secteurs verts. À mon entendement, à moi, au lieu qu'on nous parle des chiffres, les chiffres qui parlent, et je pose la question à ceux qui ont exposé, de quelles sources de base ils ont pu tirer les données sur la croissance économique en Afrique. À mon entendement, moi, je pensais qu'il est clair que les travaux devraient se focaliser pour dégager du concept d'économie verte dans le contexte du développement durable et de l'élimination de la pauvreté. On devrait d'abord promouvoir, nous parler de l'économie verte, comment promouvoir l'économie verte en Afrique pour la croissance verte et accroître les économies africaines, indépendamment des différents niveaux et des différents stades de développement. À mon humble avis, on devrait introduire les politiques pour les industries vertes en Afrique. C'est ce que je propose. Par exemple, pour promouvoir l'économie verte, on devrait commercialiser. Nous qui avons des immenses, vastes territoires forestiers, on devrait promouvoir la commercialisation des produits forestiers non lignés. Dans nos forêts, nous avons le miel, nous avons les champignons, nous avons les insectes là, les chenilles. Et ça fait partie de l'économie verte. Mais ici, je me suis attendu, c'est bien bon de donner les chiffres de l'évolution économique récente. Mais pourquoi à ce stade, les pays africains restent toujours pauvres? C'est la suite de la mauvaise gouvernance des acteurs qui dirigent nos pays. À quoi profite l'aide au développement? Ici, je voudrais que nos travaux se focalisent sur comment financer le financement de la transition des économies vertes. Je m'attendais à cela et j'aimerais que nous puissions rectifier les tirs pour que nous voyions comment est-ce que l'Afrique devrait financer nos économies, l'économie verte en Afrique, partant des exemples clairs, des actions, des exemples qui peuvent élucider pour que chaque pays mette au point une politique d'industrialisation verte en Afrique. Je dis et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for your passion. It's well noted. Thank you so much, sir.
On parlait des chiffres.
Thank you. Next, Tanzania. Could we keep our contributions short and concise, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to extend our congratulations to Economic Commission for Africa for their excellent presentation and the comprehensive research that illuminate the journey of numerous African nations toward the economic revitalization. Chairperson, first of all, we align ourselves with the recommendation provided in the report. Dear colleague, as we gather to deliberate on the economic and social development in Africa, with a special focus on the challenges and prospects that lie ahead, it is imperative for us to take stock of where we stand, especially in the light of external and internal factors influencing our growth trajectory. Chairperson, in 2023, Tanzania witnessed a commendable economic recovery, with our GDP growth estimated to reach 5.2%, up from 4.7% in 2022. This growth, Chairperson, has been underpinned by the structural reform aimed at enhancing our economic competitiveness, improving the business environment, and reducing regulatory compliance costs. These efforts have positioned us favorably within the sub-Saharan African region, where we have outperformed the average growth rates. However, like the rest of our continent, Tanzania faces challenges exacerbated by tightened monetary policy globally. The war in Ukraine impacting food and fuel costs, and the ongoing repercussion of COVID-19 pandemic. Chairperson, the average inflation was 3.8% in 2023, within an estimated range of 3 to 7%. Is expected to remain within that range in the following year, reflecting our effort to stabilize supply chain and improve agriculture performance. The African fiscal deficit and rising debt level are concerns that Tanzania shares with its African counterparts. It is within this context that we underscore the importance of the recommendation outlined in the recent report on economic and social development in Africa. The report emphasizes the need for enhancing domestic resource mobilization, that Tanzania acknowledged the necessity of mobilizing domestic resources through improved tax collection mechanism and digitalization of tax system. This approach not only aims at increasing revenue, but also at ensuring equity in tax burden. In this endeavor, Tanzania is actively enhancing its domestic resource mobilization through various initiatives aimed at bolstering the government capacity to raise and manage both tax and non-tax revenue. One significant effort in this direction is the institution support projects for domestic resource mobilization and natural resources governance, which focuses on building capacity within the Tanzanian government, particularly in developing the gas sector and enhancing the capacity of Tanzania Revenue Authority. Chairperson, in addition, Tanzania is addressing climate change impact through domestic revenue mobilization in its extractive sector. Despite being one of the least greenhouse gas emitters, Tanzania faces significant challenges from climate change evidenced by an increase in the frequency of natural disaster, particularly floods. The country is taking steps to mobilize resources for climate financing within the extractive industry, recognizing the urgent need to adapt to and mitigate the effect of climate change. Chairperson, in addressing environmental sustainability and climate change, Tanzania is focusing on renewable energy, environmental friendly agriculture, and the implementation of environmental policy reviewed in 2021 alongside an independent climate policy. In a bid to promote carbon trading, Tanzania issued the environmental management regulation in 2022 with a recent amendment in 2023 aimed at enhancing climate finance and green investment. These efforts collectively illustrate Tanzania's integrated approach toward environmental sustainability, climate resiliency, renewable energy, and the policy reform to secure a sustainable and resilient future. On innovative financing mechanism, including debt swap, present a viable pathway for managing our debt sustainability while allocating resources to critical areas such as climate resilience. Tanzania is keen on exploring this option, emphasizing the need for international support and collaboration to mitigate the risk of debt distress. In recognizing the role of innovative financing mechanism, as such, Tanzania seeks to strengthen the technical capacities of municipal to generate bankable projects through alternative financing sources, including municipal bond, public-private partnership, and the blended finance. To accelerate the green energy transition and enhance productive capacity, Tanzania is committed to implement well-designed industrial policies that address the pressing issue of climate change. This involves promoting domestic research and development, supporting manufacturing and value addition, and investing in science and technology. Tanzania green transition efforts, including the integration of over 6,000 megawatts of renewable energy into national grid. In addition, the Africa Women Clean Cooking Support Program, launched at the COP28, aimed to provide a clean cooking solution to nearly 1 billion people in Africa, focusing on reducing biomass reliance and promoting health and environmental sustainability. This initiative, Ms. Chairperson, demonstrates that Tanzania's commitment to address climate change through sustainable energy policy and investment in clean technology. While acknowledging the shared challenge facing Africa, Tanzania remains optimistic about the potential for sustainable growth development. Our commitment to implementing the recommendation provided in the report is steadfast. However, we emphasize the need for contextual strategy that take into account the unique circumstances of each nation. We must have a common voice in calling for developing country to treat fairly in the global financial architecture.
Sorry, Tanzania, sorry to intervene. Can you wind up? We have others to contribute also. We welcome...
I'm winding up, Chairperson.
Thank you.
This includes addressing critical issues such as the term of loan, credit rating, and allocation of special drawing rights. In the same vein, we underscore the importance of having a strategy that are not only effective, but also nuanced and tailored to a unique circumstance and need of each African nation. We call for stronger collaboration, both regionally and globally. As we move forward, let us harness our collective strength, share knowledge and resources, and work toward prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable future for Africa. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Tanzania. Maybe you can share your comprehensive report with the Secretariat. Thank you. Our next contribution is coming from Uganda, please. Uganda, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And first want to thank you, Chair. First want to align ourselves with the challenges facing the continent as identified or highlighted in the report. We're of course concerned about the state of the economic and social landscape of the continent, which has been attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and of course the rising debt levels, and that's the debt burden for that matter. We agree with the need to fully operationalize the African Continental Free Trade Area. We note that with the successful implementation of the AfCFTA, there is potential for the manufacturing sector in Africa to double its size, reaching to about $1 trillion by 2035. And of course, this will increase or create jobs, stable jobs in this continent of ours. It will also increase the level of household incomes and address the underlying factors that inform radicalization and terrorism, thereby silencing the guns. State parties should take advantage of the trade policy instruments that have been put in place and exercise utmost restraint in introducing non-tariff barriers that would negate the benefits that should ordinarily accrue from trade liberalization. There is need for Africa to address the issue of energy poverty. Over 600 million Africans, mainly from SSA, that's Sub-Saharan Africa, have no access to electricity. This is a main impediment to our socio-economic transformation, and how Africa will meet the projected high energy needs in the future will be crucial to the industrial, socio-economic, and peace and security future of the continent. We support the idea of green transition. However, we need to take into account the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities, and as well as recognizing the development priorities of the continent. Africa needs to use the available resources. Africa needs to use the available energy resources equitably and not restrict its available energy sources. We note that if Africa, for example, was to increase energy production by using her known reserves of natural gas, the continent's share of global emissions would only increase from about 3% to 3.5%. The International Energy Agency has also called for Africa to be empowered to use gas and other hydrocarbons for industrialization. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have online contribution from Egypt. Could we beam? Are we okay to beam? Burkina Faso, you have the floor. Please, could we be concise and to the point. Thank you.
Je peux m'asseoir, s'il te plaît. Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole. J'apprécie positivement le rapport qui a été présenté. Okay. J'apprécie positivement le rapport qui a été présenté et également j'apprécie positivement le fait de relever que la problématique de la sécurité a impacté la croissance en Afrique de l'Ouest, passant de 3,9% en 2022 à 3,6% en 2023. Mais dans le rapport, surtout à la page 3, il y a un paragraphe que nous voudrions que soit qu'on la supprime ou qu'on la modifie, qu'on la reformule. C'est le paragraphe, je cite, « Les coups d'État militaires dans la sous-région ont aggravé l'insécurité alimentaire, impacté le nombre de déplacés internes et influencé négativement sur les secteurs tels que la santé et l'éducation. » Je pense que ces données ne sont pas en cohérence avec la réalité sur le terrain. Si je prends le cas au Burkina Faso, de 2022 à 2023, le nombre de déplacés internes a diminué. On a aussi rouvert des centres de santé et des écoles. Donc, maintenir le paragraphe tel que, je pense que ce n'est pas juste. Et si je prends au niveau de la croissance, au niveau du Burkina, on est passé de 1,8% de croissance en 2022 à 3,6% de croissance en 2023. Pour dire qu'on assiste à une nette amélioration. Donc je pense qu'il y a lieu qu'on puisse revoir la formulation de ce paragraphe. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Burkina Faso Secretariat. Let's take note and let's see how we can reword or rephrase. Do we have now Egypt online? Okay. Whilst we're trying to connect, let's have Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, de me passer la parole. Je voudrais d'abord remercier le gouvernement de Zimbabwe pour l'hospitalité à l'africaine qui s'est traduite par la qualité de l'accueil à l'aéroport. Et je voudrais également féliciter la CEA pour la qualité de la présentation et les grandes conclusions auxquelles nous souscrivons. J'ai toutefois deux petites préoccupations. La première concerne la croissance en Afrique et le taux de croissance projeté pour la Côte d'Ivoire en 2024. J'avais bien voulu que le taux de 2023 soit vraiment bien exposé et expliqué avant de passer au taux de 2024. On a donné le top 10 de 2024 sans donner le top 10 de 2023. Voilà, ça c'est une observation. Et pour le cas de la Côte d'Ivoire, je n'ai pas bien compris le taux de 5,5%. Parce que lorsqu'on essaie de revenir un peu en arrière, la Côte d'Ivoire a connu une croissance de 7,4% en 2021, 6,7% en 2022, 7% en 2023. Et je pense qu'il est prévu, dans nos cadrages macro, il est prévu un taux de croissance de 7% en 2024. Donc je ne comprends pas que lorsqu'on regarde cette évolution, on revienne à 5,5% en 2024, ce qui semble un peu pessimiste pour la Côte d'Ivoire. C'est vrai que je n'ai pas regardé le rapport de la Banque mondiale, d'où extrait ce chiffre-là, mais c'est une observation que je voudrais faire. Alors, la deuxième préoccupation concerne le poids du secteur informel en Afrique. On sait que c'est un défi majeur, c'est un problème qui plombe un peu la pression fiscale, parce qu'on a une fuite d'impôts à travers le secteur informel et on a véritablement du mal dans tous les pays africains à relever ce défi-là. Là, c'est une question que je pose à la CEA, avec les analyses comparatives. Est-ce qu'il y a un pays qui a pu faire des progrès en termes de formalisation du secteur informel et d'amélioration de sa pression fiscale pour que nous puissions nous en inspirer? Je pense que nous venons ici pour partager les expériences et les analyses comparatives devraient nous aider à voir quels sont les pays qui ont pu faire des progrès et quels sont les instruments qui ont été mobilisés et comment les autres pays peuvent s'en inspirer. Voilà, je voudrais m'arrêter là et prendre la parole prochainement. Merci.
Thank you so much for the contribution. On the numbers, etc., I think I would like to urge the ECA also to be careful as we compile statistics on growth rates. We have had the same problem in Zimbabwe with the IMF and World Bank, but now we are working together in collaboration so that we publish the same data, especially on growth and the pessimism. And I think it has to be a collaborative effort as we come up with GDP numbers. They can be very controversial and sensitive to countries. So I would urge that approach. Egypt, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I will raise my voice. I see. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving this delegation the floor and giving that this is the first time that this delegation takes the floor. We would like to congratulate you for sharing our meeting and as well to express our appreciation and gratitude to the countries from the northern region for supporting the candidacy of Egypt for the post of the first vice chair of this very important meeting, and as well to use this opportunity to commend our colleagues from Zimbabwe for a very well organized events, and as well to commend the way that you are leading our meeting. On the report that was just presented by the ECA, in principle, we support to great extent the recommendation therein, and we thank the presenter for the excellent presentation. However, on paragraph 46 of the recommendations, we would like to echo as well previous speakers that highlighted that the issue of climate change has been a challenge really at the African continent level to deal with, in light as well that we have contributed insignificantly to this phenomena. So we are not in favor of having a carbon tax on our products. We see it the other way around. So we see that some partners have taken some unilateral trade measures to hinder our development and our trade within and outside the continent. So we suggest that instead of this paragraph 46, that to replace it, that the ACA should produce a research addressing global trade policies that lay at the intersection of climate and trade, such as the carbon border adjustment mechanism by the European Union and their impact on African exports. So this is our submission, Mr. Chair, and we will send it as well to the Secretariat to take it into consideration. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Egypt. I'm advised that we need to remove our headsets when we speak. I'll start as chair to remove. Any other contributions from the floor? Okay, thank you so much for the discussion and the contributions. If we could share with the Secretariat the substantive reports, especially from Tanzania and the others who have contributed. I'm going to propose that we go straight into session 2 on Okay, Adam, you want to respond? I hear.
Okay, just 1 minute, Mr. Chair. Thanks. I would like to thank delegates for the comments and the questions and some of the concerns. We appreciate this very much. We take note of the issue of, we took note of the question raised by Burkina Faso, and we will check and verify the figures. Egypt and DRC, we will appreciate receiving and all the honorable delegates who raised issues. We will appreciate your written comments, and we'll take care of them when we revise this report. But very, very briefly, the data we use in this report is a UN data, normally gathered by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, working closely with all regional economic commissions and with selected countries. We don't bring all countries, but selected countries. So very often the data might not be the same as country data. So what we do is, when we do our analysis, we show both, when available, we show both the data we have and the figures we have from our own data and the country figures. So please share with us your country figures. Finally, Mr. Chair, also the question of informal sector. And data on green economy. We use international sources and the international data shows that really the informal sector in particular is huge in Africa, including agriculture, including traditional agriculture. This sector accounts for 80% or more of employment in most African countries. And the data, the data and figures we have on green economy potential come from very different sources. Africa has a major share in global minerals in particular, and in, like the Minister of Finance of Zimbabwe stated today, the arable land in Africa is huge. So in our report, which we will launch in April, we'll provide more detailed statistics with all sources cited. I'm available to talk with you, delegates, honorable delegates, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, the issues of the informal sector, I think we need to talk more about it and have some focused conversation on that. Deputy ES wants to say something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to react to the comments made by the Honorable Delegate of DRC to say that the issue of promoting green economies is part of the priorities of many of our member states. They are undertaking efforts to increase the share of renewable energies in total energy mix. Like, for example, here in Zimbabwe, during COP27, an agreement was signed with a company called Sky Power to produce 500 megawatts of solar energy. in many other countries through the blue economy and the green economy. Countries are indeed fostering sustainable development. In Ethiopia, the Green Legacy Project is another example of how member states are prioritizing this pathway. However, as we've said, we need to accelerate the pace of green industrialization, of sustainable development in general. And this is why we've selected, or you as a member state selected this theme for us to center stage conversations on how to do this in efficient, take into consideration our own initial conditions. The point has been made earlier about the need for us to have just energy transitions. This was a common African position which the African Union and its member states adopted, indeed, to make sure that we do not suffer in the process of trying to meet all of those requirements. It is work in progress, and we need to invest more into articulating the pathways accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to propose, with your indulgence, that we go straight into the assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa. We work up to about 1:30, and then we can break for lunch. Is that agreeable? Great. So could we have the presentation by Stefan Karingi, please? Can we acknowledge our colleague? Stefan, I think since this is an assessment, I hope we can catch up with time from your presentation. If you can be as concise as possible.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, experts, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm here to present to you, or rather to introduce, not really to present, to introduce the report on assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa. And you'll find it in the SMART portal. And the reference is E/ECA/COE 42/5. So let's go to the next slide. So, the first things first, as you know, regional integration, we keep saying this, is probably one of the most critical pillars for this continent, given the fragmentation of our economies. So being able to get connectivity, bringing down barriers, does actually create the kind of economic space that we need to be able to advance rapidly the social and economic development on Africa. So what this report that you have does, it looks at the different pillars of regional integration, because we know regional integration is not just about market integration. There is a social dimension to it, there is a macro dimension to it, there is an infrastructure dimension to it. So what we do, we look at what has been happening in the last 1 year, and that is what we report. So the good news is that even though there has been slow progress, and regional integration continues to be very important for us to achieve productivity and sustainable development, there are some achievements to celebrate. This includes the AFCFTA itself, but by the time we were doing this report, we wanted to celebrate the AFCFTA protocols on investment competition, and intellectual property rights. But since we produced the report, our heads of state also added on the digital trade protocol when they met the last 2 weeks in Addis Ababa. We also have a celebration that trade has already started happening under the AFCFTA. And a good number of the members that are here have been participating in what we call the Guided Trade Initiative, with selected sectors of trade taking place. And as ministers of finance, we know you are always concerned with what happens in terms of loss of revenue. How do you create a competitive environment for the private sector? The Afreximbank and the AFCFTA Secretariat have also operationalized the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, which of course will help address some of the concerns that you may have with revenue shortfalls, but also has windows that allow you to be able to advance the competitiveness of the private sector. And in the area of the aviation sector, as you know, some of us always complain it takes so long for us to move from wherever we want to go from one part of Africa. 36 countries have also signed up to the single African air transport market, and it's advisable that those that are not part of this should do the same. But this has not happened without challenges, without facing challenges. So we have heard from Adam what has been happening on the GDP growth front, although things look promising as we go forward. The question of debt has continued to make it so difficult for us to advance on some of the pillars of regional integration because you need resources. The question of peace and security and governance, they are critical to the optimization of regional integration. And we know there are statistics and evidence that shows that there has been hiccups in the area of peace and security and governance issues, and without having an optimal placement of this, regional integration would suffer. And we cannot be able to maximize on the AFCFTA and regional integration in general unless we are able to move from one part of the continent to another, be able to establish businesses, be able to reside and conduct those businesses. So it continues to be a challenge that the Free Movement of People Protocol, which has been signed by the majority of the countries that are here, has only been ratified by 4 countries. Next slide. So those are the key messages. So in the next, let me go through briefly some of the pillars in a bit more detail. The first one is on trade, and the story here is that, as you heard from Adam, we are not doing very well when it comes to our global share of trade. And when we are not doing well, it also means we are not maximizing on the benefits of trade, which is basically to reduce poverty, reduce inequality, create jobs for our citizens. So we are not doing very well. Now, however, we have a platform that we have created as a continent. This is the AFCFTA. The benefits are yet to be felt, but we believe that now that the negotiations of all the protocols that needed to be negotiated have been completed, and that the implementation is already taking place and trade is taking place. And considering that the ministers of finance, and I want to repeat this, the ministers of finance at the end of the day, they are the ones who gazette the instruments that are used to conduct trade under the AFCFTA. It's also the ministers of finance and planning who also work very closely with the attorney generals to ensure that the regulatory overhaul that is required under the investment policy, competition policy, intellectual property rights, digital trade, because you are concerned with e-commerce and the taxation when it comes to these issues. Again, it is you who can help accelerate the implementation of the AFCFTA. Without you, the ministers of trade cannot be able to achieve what they need to achieve, or what the leaders want to see happen under the AFCFTA. So we are yet to feel the full impact of the AFCFTA, but we have that window to do that now. Of course, in terms of the trade, I think the positive story is what you heard from Adam. Even though the share of our intra-African trade is low, most of that trade is on value-added goods, and so there is something to build on. So let's go to the next slide. So that's what's happening on the trade. And I think, Chair, in your intervention, you did actually talk that we have to be careful about introducing new barriers when it comes to trade. Now, very briefly, integration cannot happen without hardware. So we have here the fact that of the 30,700 kilometers of roads that were to be completed by 2040 at APIDA, they have been completed. 52% of them have been completed. We have a good number of one-stop border posts that make it possible for our traders, the movement of goods and services across borders. Another issue has been the issue of the dollar. I think you have heard all of us, Adam, and I think even the minister did touch about this question of exchange rates and the scarcity of forex resources. There has been progress in the sense that, again, the Afrexim Bank, working with the central banks and the AFCFTA Secretariat with input from the ECA, now we have the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, which was launched in January. And I believe there is actually going to be a platform where now trading under the African currencies, under the PAPS, is going to happen. And what this is going to do is actually going to make it possible for us to overcome one of the major costs when it comes to trading. And so there has been progress in terms of regional integration in the context of payment system. Again, when it comes to the issue of connectivity on ICT, we could do more. And if we are to optimize on the digital trade protocol, which again we need to celebrate because it was endorsed by the heads of state in their meeting on I think the early morning of the 19th. We need to invest more on our fiber optics, and if we are going to realize the benefits of the data centers that we need, that are going to be possible under the digital trade protocol, and also to conduct e-commerce under the AFCFTA. On energy, we continue to lag behind. So we have so much work to do because only 21% of power transmission lines were completed at APIDA by 2023. So that's what's happening on those other pillars of regional integration. A little bit more, next slide. Here, we think this is an important slide that talks about. If you go to the report, we do say that you cannot maximize again on regional integration unless macroeconomic convergence is realized. And so what we decided to do here is to indicate that maybe what we are seeing as a slow progress in terms of our ability to trade could also be as a result of a poor macro environment or as an optimal macro environment. So there is a criteria that the Association of African Central Banks have adopted in terms of African monetary cooperation, and remember that is where we want to go at the end of our Africa Economic Community. We want to have inflation that is below 7%. We want to have fiscal balances that make sense, that do not require us to go and borrow a lot from the market. We want to be able to have that ability for our manufacturers to access foreign reserves, and of course keep the debt to GDP ratio low. Now, in terms of the progress for the last 1 year, for these primary criteria, inflation continued to be above the criteria because the average was 18%. In terms of the debt to GDP, not too bad compared to where we were in 2022 and 2023. But I think I wanted to put this here because the first presentation and the presentation on regional integration, they are both very important. They are both interconnected. The next slide. On the social dimension on regional integration, we do not do regional integration for doing regional integration. We do regional integration for the people of the continent. And so what we have done here is to say that, okay, how do we make, what kind of report can we give you as a secretariat in terms of the way regional integration is allowing you to coordinate policies, to pool your resources, and to do things together. So the AFCFTA Anchored Farmer Initiative is an initiative that we've been reporting to you, whereby we try to demonstrate as a secretariat that it is possible to use the harmonized rules under the AFCFTA, the harmonized regulation under the AFCFTA, to support the local manufacturing of pharmaceuticals within the continent and be able to deliver those pharmaceuticals at accessible and affordable prices to our population. So, and this is now the social dimension of regional integration, because it's countries cooperating together. And so we are hoping that, so we've moved from getting a decision to do a centralized pool procurement mechanism now to a point where we have a legal instrument that we hope that the member states that you are working with will sign off. And if they do that, this is going to become a very good demonstration of what the leadership asked the Africa CDC to do last week. The Africa CDC was asked to put together a pool procurement mechanism, not just for vaccines, but also for medicines. And your secretariat here is actually quite ahead. We are almost able to achieve something that can be scaled up under the Africa CDC as a way of showing how regional integration can actually deliver even on the social dimension. The next slide, and which I think is the last one. So what is it that we are asking? So we hope that the regulatory environment that is required for us to be able to mobilize the resources for the investments that are required to advance regional integration is something that you're going to focus on. And we also hope that you will strive to meet the macro criteria, because without that, then we cannot be able to have FDI or even Africa direct investments happening that make it possible for us to benefit from the market integration. We also hope that you will also really work seriously on the ratification of the African Union Free Movement of People Protocol, because this is one piece that is really holding back our ability to move forward in a developmental integration work. And for us as your secretariat, and we hope you can endorse this, we will continue encouraging the ratification of the Free Movement Protocol. We will also continue to looking for opportunities to make it possible for the catalyzation of the of investments within the continent. And we will also continue to support the AFCFTA implementation. In fact, now what we are doing, just to give a bit more, to add one more sentence, as you heard from our Deputy Executive Secretary, Antonio Pedro, he did talk about the promotion of the regional value chains. That is what you see there as the regional AFCFTA strategies. And we hope to be doing more and more of this. And our analytical work, which we consider as part of our de-risking of the investments perceptions within the continent, we hope we'll continue to do this work and eventually be able to advance our continental agenda for regional integration. So I do encourage you to read that report because I think it has a lot of nuggets, and here I can only use these few slides to introduce it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Stephen, for your concise presentation. It's welcome. Maybe just a quick comment from me. I think I get worried with the PIDA investments. I think I've gone through the list, and there are priority projects here which are very, very fundamental to regional integration. And I think as Africa, we need to be strategic about these investments if you are serious about regional integration, because without connectivity, regional integration will be practically impossible. So I don't know how we can ensure that the PIDA projects, which facilitate and really underpin regional integration, we can galvanize the implementation of these critical projects. Maybe we have regional priorities in terms of connectivity and the implementation of projects under PIDA. It's one of my observations. I don't know what ECA can do, but I think for me that's one of the critical issues we need to focus on. I'm told Egypt Central Bank is online. They wanted to contribute to our previous segment. Maybe what we can do, we go ahead with the discussions for this session too, and then they can come towards the end of the session. Any contributions from the floor? Uganda, you have the floor.
Your Excellency Chair, I would like to thank you for giving Uganda this opportunity. And we'll just like to run through on our comments that we think would be some addition to what has been presented. We'd just like to move that regional integration can help African countries to overcome division that impede the flow of goods, services, capital, people, and ideas through shared policies, institutions, and physical infrastructure. However, we also...
Sorry, Uganda, could you speak closer to the microphone? We're not clearly hearing you from up here. Maybe the volumes, I don't know, the technicians. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Your Excellency Chair, Uganda would just like to appreciate you for giving us this opportunity once again, and would like to move that we believe that regional integration can help African countries overcome division that impede the flow of goods, services, capital, people, and ideas through shared policies, institutions, and physical infrastructure. However, we also believe that the benefit of regional integration are not predetermined and do not self-effect. They depend, amongst others, on the internal design of the integration agenda, including the degree of political commitment by the member states themselves, and the degree to which they are willing to go through to bring to the effect the rights and obligations that they have committed themselves to. We believe that the integration agenda ought to be bottom-up, and it should be inclusive, transparent, and member state-driven. It is necessary to strengthen the legal structure of the RECs with the view of ensuring that all the party states implement their founding documents in the letter and the spirit. Would like to bring the example of the East African community. The integration agenda has reached the level of common market with 5 freedoms and 2 rights, including the freedom of movement of persons with the ambition of reaching a political federation. Under the Northern Corridor integration projects, partner states adopted a single custom territory which has helped us in removing multiple way bridges, police and custom checks along Kampala, Mombasa, and Kigali routes, and introduced computerized clearances, regional electronic cargo tracking, and the other innovations that have overturned many of the hurdles on the free trade and non-tariff barriers that had made the Northern Corridor very infamous. On the protocol regarding the free movement of persons, Your Excellency Chair, we welcome the finding of the Commission regarding the benefits to the free movement of persons taking place in the EAC, and they took it as the best practice. We urge the Commission to also indicate some of the significant concerns and factors affecting the ratification of the protocol that they found out. I think it did not come out well, and in the next step, they could propose how they think we could move. But in the first instant, members had expressed deep interest on the need to balance the trade facilitation and the legitimate security concern. We find that sometimes the free movement of persons may also affect the security of the member states within the ESC or the trading member states. Your Excellency, we truly believe in the nexus between peace, security, and development. And we think that this must be something that must be worked on in details, finding the root causes, what drives insecurity in Africa, especially what makes most of the youth get into the recruitment of these radical groups. We think part of it could be promotion of good governance, sustainable socio-economic development, and poverty eradication if possible. Last but not least, we would like to look at the digital trade. We welcome the adoption of the African Continental Free Trade Area Protocol on digital trade. It is important that we put in place a strong continental regulatory framework on the data management, as it is believed that data is the oil of the future. And that in that way, the way we treat, manage, and export data will determine which development path a country or member state may be placed in the digital age. It is important to put in place digital industrial policies that support, amongst others, localization and technology transfer, so as to promote the digital catch-up of our industries. Your Excellency, finally, we support the ongoing work on a single digital market framework and single African strategy on artificial intelligence. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda, for your contribution, very interesting contribution. The one which fascinates me is this free movement of people. Really, I thought it was simple, but the more I listen to what is happening and look at what is happening in Africa, it gets complicated every day. But I thought it was something simple which us as Africans could implement and show our commitment and resolution of this issue of visas, etc., etc. I'm sure it's been a nightmare for some of us to travel to this place. So really, it's something I had hoped that we can quickly get out of the way. But hey, it's not coming. I don't know, ECA, what can you do to help on the free movement of people? You don't have to answer me now. But to me, there are simple, straightforward issues we can do as Africans, but we are simply complicating lives for ourselves. Anyway, Tanzania, you're next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellence Chairperson, for this opportunity. This delegation thanks very much the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe for the hospitality accorded to us since our arrival, and we are enjoying the nature of this of the true African city of Victoria Falls. Once again, Chairperson, Tanzania delegation wishes to congratulate the Economic Commission for Africa for their tireless efforts and the initiatives in advancing regional integration as stipulated in the present report. Dear colleague, Tanzania is making significant strides in infrastructure and energy development, particularly through the construction of the Standard Gauge Railway, SGR, which is a cornerstone project for the country and the region economic integration. Among others, the project is designed to connect Tanzania with neighboring countries, including Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, and through this to the Democratic Republic of Congo, with the aim to enhance trade and the connectivity across the East African region. While we have taken significant stride toward establishing continental free trade area and have advocated for this prompt implementation, several challenges hinder its seamless execution. A primary objective is lack of comprehensive continental infrastructure, which is crucial for facilitating trade across countries. Therefore, there is a pressing need for deliberate action toward the development of infrastructure that support both goods and services trade efficiently. On the same note, Chairperson, it is essential to conduct a thorough analysis of the guided trade initiative, which currently include only a selected few member states. Dear colleague, above all, ensuring peace and security stand as a fundamental prerequisite for facilitating trade and fostering deeper regional integration. Without a stable and secure environment, efforts toward regional integration and economic development face substantial challenges, underscoring the need for constant effort to maintain and enhance peace and security as a cornerstone for prosperous and integrated regional economy. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Tanzania. Any other contributions from the floor? Malawi, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as my previous colleagues have said, let me thank the government of Zimbabwe for the hospitality. But Mr. Chairman, coming to my comment, I really want to thank the presenters for the reports that have been given here. However, looking at the last report, which is an assessment, Mr. Chairman, I think I would have loved the report to really go in detail or to really take us to issues like what are really the targets that we are given or that we have given each other, and when are we supposed to have those targets? What should countries really be doing and what is it that we should be doing to encourage each other? Because otherwise we are not pragmatic enough, practical enough, and in the end this can take a little bit of time in terms of implementation because we are not really holding each other responsible. To me, I think that is the most important thing. For example, the free movement of people as we agreed under AU. What is it really that the AU is doing to enforce or at least to encourage member countries in terms of its implementation? Otherwise, it can remain on the table discussing because we're not pushing each other very much. So maybe to me, I think those are the issues. What are the targets and what are we doing as an AU and as countries? What are we doing to achieve those targets and when? I think if we do that, we will have a bit of responsibility amongst ourselves to each other in monitoring progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. Well said. I think these are the issues we have to start addressing as Africans to say what targets do we have, who's accountable, and where's progress, how do we move, etc. So I think those are valid issues being raised by Malawi, and I hope the Secretariat is taking note, and so that we can move on a results-oriented approach. Cameroon, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Cameroun soutient à son tour les conclusions du présent rapport et voudrait proposer qu'il y soit ajouté la nécessité d'accélérer la libre circulation des personnes par l'élimination des visas aux frontières, comme vous l'avez si bien dit, ainsi que la mise en place des institutions financières de l'Union africaine telles que le Fonds monétaire africain, la Banque centrale et la Banque africaine d'investissement. Ceci pour lever les contraintes liées à l'existence d'une cinquantaine de monnaies qui existent en Afrique et qui constituent des contraintes au développement du commerce intra-africain. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Cameroon. Well, I think also there are simpler things to do. When we move to the deeper stuff in terms of regional integration, I think, why are we not implementing the simpler things? And now, let alone when we go to the deeper, tough, sensitive issues. So really, there's that dichotomy which I'm seeing. DRC, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole qui m'est offerte. La délégation de la République démocratique du Congo tient à remercier la République du Zimbabwe pour l'accueil qui lui a été offert. Cela étant, je voudrais vous élucider sur un concept important sur l'évaluation. L'évaluation des progrès, tel que ça a été présenté, c'est bien fait, mais l'évaluation, c'est une mesure tendant à considérer les points faibles et les points forts pour en arriver à des propositions, des solutions, des propositions. Mais jusque-là, je n'ai pas vu dans l'exposé de l'orateur du jour les propositions, des solutions qu'il a pu émettre à l'attention de l'assistance nombreuse ici présente. Et alors, pour ma part, l'intégration régionale peut, dans la mesure du possible, contribuer à réduire certaines contraintes en favorisant une mise en commun des ressources et des savoirs africains et le développement d'une infrastructure à grande échelle, mais également la coopération sud-sud par l'intervention de certaines organisations internationales peuvent également aider à surmonter certains obstacles. Alors, on doit revoir sur le rapport présenté quels sont les points forts, quels sont les progrès qui ont été réalisés, les faiblesses, et là, il y aura des recommandations qui seront suivies. J'ai dit, et je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, telle était ma proposition et ma contribution tout à l'heure.
Thank you, DRC. We have Benin. Please take the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Le Bénin tient à vous remercier pour l'accueil que le gouvernement zimbabwéen nous a accordé pour notre venue à Victoria. Également remercier la Commission pour toute l'organisation. Ok, merci. Donc remercier la Commission pour toute l'organisation de cette conférence. Nous avons lu le document sur l'évaluation des progrès et je pourrais dire encore une fois merci pour les efforts que vous avez bien notés du côté du Bénin en ce qui concerne l'intégration et la libre circulation des biens et des personnes. Parce que le Bénin étant comme un pays ouvert aux autres pays et où vous n'avez pas besoin de visa pour y venir. Le deuxième point que nous voulons soumettre, dans ce contexte où les communautés économiques régionaux sont appelées à gérer les crises économiques et politiques et face à des décisions qu'il faudra respecter, comment nous accompagnons les populations à ce que cette intégration que nous souhaitons de la base au sommet soit suffisamment une réussite. L'autre point que nous souhaitons quand même que ça retrace dans le rapport, c'est que nous avons observé qu'il serait quand même indiqué, les collègues d'autres délégués l'ont déjà évoqué sur les critères d'évaluation, mais il serait quand même indiqué qu'il y ait une revue des différents critères de convergence liés à l'intégration. Qu'une revue soit affectée à cela et qu'on fasse une analyse concrète, parce qu'il faudrait aller, c'est des petits pas qui deviennent des grands pas. Donc on fasse un suivi de ces critères qui sont à notre portée et que nous réalisons finalement pour en rêver un jour d'avoir un fonds monétaire africain comme on le dit. Donc il fallait le structurer en ces termes. Il y a un point, si le président le permet bien, on avait demandé la main pour quelques préparations sur le premier rapport. À ce niveau, sur les questions sociales, il y avait un point qui avait abordé, je crois, la question d'urbanisation, de l'emploi, mais on a noté que dans le rapport, l'analyse n'était pas allée jusqu'au bout. On regarde la thématique, c'est-à-dire les questions sur l'éducation sont restées en rade, les questions sur l'urbanisation sont restées en rade, mais on s'est abordé juste les questions démographiques et les questions d'emploi. Donc, sur ces éléments, on peut toujours approfondir. Merci beaucoup.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci encore, Monsieur le Président. Une fois de plus, je voulais remercier la CEA et les féliciter pour la qualité des résultats de ce rapport et des différentes recommandations. Toutefois, je voulais revenir sur un point qui m'a semblé important, mais qui ne ressort pas dans le rapport. Il s'agit des grands projets intégrateurs, des grands projets intégrateurs au niveau des grandes régions de l'Afrique. Bien sûr, ces grands projets intégrateurs peuvent avoir des effets notables, mais surtout des effets d'entraînement sur le processus d'intégration. Et je pense que le cas de l'Afrique de l'Est est quand même intéressant. Et lorsqu'on a fait l'évaluation de la mise en œuvre de la première décennie de l'agenda 2063, il est bien ressorti que la faible mise en œuvre des projets intégrateurs a été un chaînon manquant dans le processus de développement de l'Afrique. Donc, la délégation ivoirienne souhaiterait que ce défi ressorte dans le rapport comme un défi majeur, parce que ça peut avoir beaucoup d'effets d'entraînement sur le processus d'intégration, surtout dans ce chapitre-là qui traite des questions d'intégration, et que dans les rapports futurs sur ce chapitre d'intégration, qu'on essaie de voir un peu l'état de mise en œuvre des grands projets intégrateurs. Des projets intégrateurs, c'est les projets de chemin de fer. Par exemple, au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, il est prévu un chemin de fer jusqu'au Niger, qui n'avance pas du tout et qui doit contourner pour aller jusqu'à Lagos, je crois bien. Voilà. Pourquoi ce projet n'évolue pas? Il y a également des projets au niveau de l'électricité qui sont soutenus par des partenaires comme le Japon, la JICA, et bien d'autres pays, mais ces projets n'avancent pas véritablement. Et pourtant, ces projets pourraient avoir des effets notables sur le processus d'intégration. Donc, nous proposons simplement que cela soit mentionné comme un défi majeur dans le processus d'intégration, et d'autre part, que dans les rapports futurs, on puisse nous faire au moins un état des lieux de la mise en œuvre de ces projets et quels sont les problèmes, les goulots d'étranglement qui affectent la mise en œuvre de ces projets intégrateurs. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you so much for that contribution. I totally agree with your observations. Any other contributions on this session too from the floor? Okay. Thank you so much for your contributions. Well noted. I think the issues are very critical, especially the last one raised by Côte d'Ivoire on regional integration projects, the lack of implementation, slow implementation, and also other issues relating to challenges facing those problems. So I think also, Secretary, the ECA, if we can look at all those issues and see how we can address them. Stefan, you can respond. Thank you. Before we move to Egypt.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much, honorable delegates, for your contribution. So, starting with you, Chair, and also the last comment that was made by the honorable delegate from Côte d'Ivoire. I'm actually informed that Auda NEPAD will be making a presentation on the status of PIDA projects on regional integration. I think this makes my life very easy. So if you allow me, Chair, let me hope that the colleagues from Auda NEPAD will be able to do this. But I completely agree with the sentiments of the delegations that say that RECs, the regional economic communities, as the building blocks of our African integration. The projects that they are running at the RECs level, be it on the soft issues or the hard issues, they are so critical to us advancing the African integration. And I could not have asked for a better example than what the Honorable Ambassador, the Ambassador of Uganda, Her Excellency, has given us on what is happening in the EAC, including in the area of free movement of people with all the five freedoms. So I will not. So for Uganda, it was basically telling us what is happening, and I think that issue has come back again. You wanted to hear a little bit more, though, Ambassador, on the free movement of people. It is indeed true. Working with the African Union Commission, we did a study which was trying to understand why is it that there is not enough members who signed the Free Movement of People Protocol that are ratifying. And clearly one of the things that is coming out is because, you know, you have three issues. So you have the movement, the visa, you have the right of residence, you have the right of establishment, and in all those, you also have the issue of the question of security. And so you have different ministries that have an interest in the free movement of people protocol. So one of the things that was coming out in the conversations we had with the member states was that maybe having the sequence can actually work, whereby you first of all create this visa-free movement across the continent, and probably leverage on digitalization to deal with the question of security. Because as we were presenting the findings of that report, we also had member states who have opened up their borders to other African countries. And so we were asking them, since you opened up for Africans to travel visa-free anytime they want to your country, have you seen a spike of crime or spike of money laundering or a spike or anything? And they said, no, we didn't see anything, because the systems we have in place allows us to know who is coming in advance, because even if it's visa-free, you have this advanced information sharing that allows them to, to basically know who is coming to the. So there is a solution to the fears and concerns under the free movement of people protocol. And I think that is what we should say, since all of us, Africa wants to be the key thing in digitalization. I think we should use digitalization to solve this problem. Tanzania, you also shared you shared the examples also of what you are doing at the country level. Again, transboundary projects, first and foremost, also have to be implemented at the national level. So, but you have requested that we do a thorough analysis of the guided trade initiative. I was going to report that actually we have done this, but not on the 31 countries. We have done an analysis of the first 8 countries that were involved in the guided trade initiative, and I can actually be able to make available to all the delegations the findings of that work as we speak. We did actually find things that were not working as they were expected to work, but by and large, trade managed to happen. So I'll be able to share that. So yeah, quickly here. Now, there was a question that was raised. I think it was not just Malawi, but even DRC and also Benin the message that I was getting from your intervention, and I'm glad that my colleague director from the African Union Commission is here in the room. What you are asking us, you want to see more evidence that we were presenting to you through the Regional Integration Index. Because in that integration index, we were saying this is what you promised, this is where you are, and this is what the performance of each country is. The good news is that together with under the leadership of the African Union Commission, Director Jamal is there, Africa Development Bank, Zodwa is there, and ourselves. We are going to have a meeting in Kigali in April to see how to advance this issue of the Regional Integration Index. In a way, it captures a bit more than what we were capturing before, and hopefully when we report to you next time, we'll be able to have those concrete assessments that you are asking for. So maybe let me stop here, Chair, but I'm open to further conversations as we stay here for this committee of experts. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. I think your last point is going to be very important for us as we go forward. Let's have measurables, targets, etc. What is it we promised, and how are we doing? If with your quick indulgence, we have Egypt Central Bank online for comments on the session, on the previous, the first presentation in session 1. Are they online now? I'd like to propose that we break for lunch now. It's 1:40. Guided by my colleagues, I think we're going to propose an hour's break, lunch break, and maybe we have some announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, so all the ushers, we're now breaking for lunch, as the Chair has said, and the ushers are going to guide you to where the place of the lunch is. Thank you very much. Have a bon appétit.
colleagues, can we call our meeting to order and we start? Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good lunch and enjoyed the Zimbabwean meals. So this afternoon we are going to have an important presentation which deals with the theme of our conference. And to present that we have Hanan Mosi, the Deputy Executive Secretary and also Chief Economist of ECA. So she will make a presentation and then we have a conversation. And again, I want to appeal for conciseness as we respond or as we have issues for discussions. Any detailed presentations, please avail them to the Secretariat. That's my plea. So Hanan, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will be presenting the Conference of Ministers issues paper, which had been shared with all of you, on the issue of financing green economies in Africa, imperatives, opportunities, and policy options. Okay, so starting with the issues and challenges that the continent is facing, we all know that despite the fact that Africa contributes the least as a region to global emissions, less than 4% of global emissions, yet Africa is the most vulnerable in terms of implications of climate change and bears huge cost related to that. So on average, African countries bear a cost of 5% of GDP in dealing with consequences of climate change, and in some cases that cost rise to 15% of GDP when hit by a extreme weather shock that is related to climate change. At the same time, this is not, this huge, the huge needs in terms of climate action that the continent faces. For example, the financing needs to meet the nationally determined contributions by 2030 is estimated at $2.8 trillion US, yet we only receive less than 0.3 of that amount. So that leaves us with $2.5 trillion US in financing gap. And while we actually have a huge potential in terms of renewable energy, 60% of the solar potential in the world is in Africa. And we are blessed with other natural resources that makes us also a very good candidate, whether it's wind or green hydrogen. The financing that comes to Africa for clean energy technology is only 2% of the global financing available. And that actually leads us to a vicious cycle where we have investment shortfalls that actually makes us more exposed to climate risk, which actually further erodes fiscal space and basically increase the cost of financing. So it kind of compounds further all the challenges that we are meeting. This is further also compounded by the fact that we have growing public debt burden and public debt vulnerabilities. So as you can see here, when you look at the number of low-income countries in Africa that are low risk, moderate risk, and high risk of debt distress or in debt distress, basically you can see that the number of countries that are at low risk has been, eroding and basically completely vanished in 2022 and 2023, while we see that there has been increase in the number of countries that are actually have high debt vulnerability or actually in debt distress. As of 2023, we have 8 countries in debt distress and 13 countries in actually high risk, high vulnerability of debt. Moreover, and a very important issue is the implication in terms of trade-offs that this poses for African countries. Currently, the 60% of African countries are actually paying more on debt service than they are spending on health. And all countries are paying more on debt service than they're actually investing in climate action. We see also that African countries, on average, we estimate that they pay around 1.7 percentage point higher in interest payments. That is even controlling for economic fundamentals of these countries relative to other countries in other regions. So this really shows us that the burden of debt service is actually eating away from the country's capacity to do social spending as well as to act on climate. Another aspect that is, deepening this challenge is the fact that we have inadequate domestic resource mobilization. As you can see on the charts here, you see a clear trend, declining trend, if we look at the data for Africa since 2000, basically with that trend rebasing to 2000. And you can see that drastic trend relative to all other regions, as well as relative to other income groups, whether it's low income group, middle income group, or upper income group. And currently, the average for tax revenue to GDP is around 16% for Africa, yet it's around 22% for Latin America and 19% for Asia. So we remain below other regions, but also we can see that that trend has been further exacerbated over recent years. Another major issue is the issue of leakages, revenue leakages due to illicit financial flows. And when we talk about illicit financial flows, that includes, of course, transfer pricing, trade mispricing and misinvoicing. It also includes issues of tax evasion and tax avoidance. And the estimate is around $88.6 billion annually that had been estimated to have actually been lost due to illicit financial flows between 2013 and 2015. More importantly, if we're able to actually tackle this issue of illicit financial flows, that would actually help addressing a third of the investment needs required for meeting SDGs. So that provides a huge opportunity on what that money could actually be utilized for. Some other structural issues is actually the inadequate regulatory and policy frameworks currently. For example, on renewable energy, we have inadequate regulatory framework to scale up renewable energy generation. A number of countries, for example, lack feed-in tariffs frameworks. For public investments, we have lengthy process for permitting and approval. For financing small and medium enterprises, there are issues with barriers to entry for these firms, but also lack of enabling environment, whether in terms of hurdles and registrations, whether in terms of limited access to finance, or the issue of a pervasive informal economy. On the investment side, there is the issue of heightened regulatory and policy uncertainty. And this is one of the key issues for any new investor that looks at is, how transparent and stable is the policy and, macroeconomic policies and regulations. Another area that is also currently insufficient is in terms of insufficient support in de-risking mechanisms from African MDBs, and they need to mobilize more private capital, whether domestically or foreign. So what can be done to address these issues? And we will try to basically look at this at 3 levels. At national level, what can countries and policymakers do? At regional level, what are the opportunities? And then globally, what needs to be done? So starting with national level opportunities, there is a huge opportunity for crowding in more private investment, particularly in climate finance. Currently, only 14% out of the total climate financing that comes to Africa is from private sector. Compare that to 96% in the US and over 50% in other peer regions. So that's a huge opportunity to work on that to actually crowd in more of the private sector. However, to do that, we need to ensure that we're creating the proper enabling environment. We need to scale up support for small and medium enterprises. And we need to really deploy de-risking strategies to scale up investment. Some of the other areas that would be required is increasing the pipeline of bankable projects. Because this is one of the key issues for the continent is the limited availability of bankable projects. As well as aligning policy incentives. So basically aligning policy incentives that, we're not, the fiscal policy and tax policy is not, for example, subsidizing more of the polluting industries at the expense of green ones. So aligning that policy incentive will be key going forward, as well as deepening the national and regional capital markets. Another very important area for action at national level is the need to lower the debt vulnerability and debt burdens. And for that, we need to ensure that there is strong public debt management, better transparency, as well as ensure the efficiency of expenditure of that debt. So basically ensuring that whenever debt is incurred, it's used for the highest returns that can actually ensure the ability of the country to meet its obligations in the future. And one other important area is to also increase the capacity to actually engage with more innovative financing instruments such as debt for nature or debt for climate swaps, and integrating more the climate resilient clauses in all debt contracts. In the area of green, blue, and sustainability bonds, that's also a very important area of opportunity. Currently, Africa accounts for 0.2%, not even 1%, 0.2% of the total green bonds. Of course, that also is associated with a number of challenges. For example, we have the high cost of actually engaging with these type of instruments, the heavy burden of reporting, and of course there is also the perceived risk, or maybe sometimes it could be like potential or like valid issue of greenwashing. And here, that's a very important area on how you can address these issues to increase the credibility. So some of what needs to be done is to build the capacity to develop, structure, and issue these innovative solutions, and to enhance the monitoring and reporting of the use of proceeds. And here, a very important area to act on is to improve the availability of reliable and regularly available statistical indicator and data indicators that would support such issuances. Because one, it can reduce the burden of actually going through these issuances, but it will also improve the credibility and reduce the risk perception of greenwashing. Another important area at national level is also sustainable, employing sustainable budgeting. And that would really help to better allocate resources into opportunities of greatest impact. Really, aligning also not only that, but aligning with medium to long-term strategic priorities. One very important area, beside what is mentioned here, is on the domestic resource mobilization, the need to broaden tax base to use more digitalization and innovative solutions to actually enhance tax collection and tax administration. So, for example, electronic tax filing, digital ID, and to have more of a progressive tax system. That would also be very important to be able to have more domestic resource mobilization that enable countries to actually invest in climate action. At the regional level, there is, of course, a huge opportunity with the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement to actually leverage that to develop regional value chains, encourage investment, cross-border investment, and to standardize investment regulation across countries. There's also an opportunity to implement the agreement with complementary climate policy. In the area of carbon markets, we need to really leverage the vast renewable energy resources that we're blessed with, the natural resources, whether it's forest, peatlands, marine ecosystems, to actually make sure that we are being compensated for the continent contribution to solving the problems of climate change. Africa has a potential to sequester 1/3 of global needs. And we need to make sure that this is translated into also monetary gains. And to do that, we need to work on integrating carbon markets and biodiversity trade at regional level. This is an area that ECA has been supporting with working on sub-regional registries, harmonizing protocols to support, kind of in the way to support a continent-wide market. Another a key area is, of course, clean energy. Given the resources and endowment of the continent, we need to foster regional pools, not only to take advantage of the resources we're blessed with, but also to tackle a very important problem that we have, which is the huge energy gap. Out of 800 million worldwide that don't have access to electricity, 600 million are in Africa. So to tackle this issue, we will need to also look into regional solutions to be able to address that. And here, the issue of fostering regional energy pools and stronger connectivity will be key. Furthermore, the regional value chains, building regional value chains on key sectors, and here particularly important is building the sector around green minerals. Whether it's to basically produce precursor batteries, to develop electrical vehicles, all this will be very important to create opportunities for employment, for countries to be able to move up the value chain, and at the end improve the livelihoods of citizens. ECA has been doing a lot of work in that area, including studies that had shown that producing precursor batteries in DRC can be 30% cheaper than doing so in US or China, while substantially reducing net emissions. And also, ECA supported the establishment of a Center of Excellence for reskilling and innovation related to that area. Finally, in here, really leveraging regional frameworks on climate. And here, there are a number of regional frameworks that have been introduced, such as climate commissions for various areas, for African island states, for the Congo Basin, the Sahel, and the Great Blue Wall for larger scale response. And it's an opportunity to actually address some of the issues we've been talking about, to be able to do, for example, regional blue funding or for blue bonds at scale and reduce cost. So we can really tap on these regional frameworks to address many of the challenges we talked about and to chart solutions. At the global level, there are key issues that will need to be tackled to just create the environment for African countries to do all the things we talked about. So in here, that really revolves around the need to reform the global financial architecture. And there are key areas of that reform that we'll mention here. First, the issue of having affordable finance at scale. And to do that, there is a need to actually scale up the role for multilateral development banks, because that can actually enable lower cost of financing than market, but also to ensure that the concessional funding that is available, whether it's through MDBs or even Bretton Woods institution, IMF, World Bank, these concessional resources are scaled up and overall increase the lending, because even for the non-concessional lending from these MDBs, it's cheaper than tapping the market. Another very important area is the need to scale up the use of sovereign and MDB-backed guarantees to lower the cost of debt issuances. The need to look into reforming the criteria, the eligibility criteria for concessional finance. Currently, concessional finance is only limited to low-income countries. Yet we have middle-income countries that are highly exposed to climate risks, that face climate shocks that they were not part of making. And when they need that concessional financing, it's not available. So one of the key areas that need reform is reforming that eligibility formula to allow countries, to allow middle-income countries to tap these resources when they are hit by climate shocks. Some of the other areas include also, the need to, for MDBs to play the role that we are talking about. We need to have more capitalization of multilateral development banks. We need to ensure that MDBs are taking more risk on their balance sheet and that they are optimizing their balance sheet. And we need to have more blended finance available from them, more credit enhancement. Finally, one of the ways also to increase the resources that are available, including for MDBs, is to allow the rechanneling of the IMF special drawing rights to multilateral development banks. There has been already a proposal that was put forward by African Development Bank to do that. We, what is needed is 5 SDR donor countries to actually operationalize that. And it's very important that we have that to make sure that existing unutilized resources, huge amount of it, is actually put to better use, where you can get more leverage 3 to 4 times these resources by rechanneling. Another very important area is the need to reform the debt resolution framework. And that would entail reforming the current G20 common framework to make sure that there is a suspension of debt service upon application to the framework, that actually it's expanded in terms of eligibility to include middle-income countries, because currently there is no similar framework that exists for middle-income countries. So doing that would be key, and to also create a comparability of treatment formula to actually make the process more efficient and time-bound. Another area that is important is Africa's voice and representation. We're delighted that now we finally have the seat for the African Union at the G20, and this is very important because it moves us from being rule takers to rule makers, and leveraging that will be key. But also we need to make sure that Africa is sufficiently represented in terms of voice and quotas in different institutions, including, for example, in the upcoming IMF quota reform, to make sure that Africa has higher shares, which enable higher access to resources and a higher voice or more say in terms of decisions that are taken by these institutions. Finally, on issues of taxation, there is a need. We have already the UN Tax Convention, and there is a need to also strengthen international cooperation, curb illicit financial flows, and reduce tax evasion and profit sharing, because that in itself, the resources that are lost to illicit financial flows are far exceed. It's more than 2.5 times what Africa receives a year in official development assistance. So it's a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure that it's utilized. Finally, in terms of issues for suggested issues for discussion, for your consideration, some of these would be what measures are African countries putting in place to create the fiscal space for climate action, given this rising debt burden? What are the lessons learned from reforming the policy framework and to promote investment and attract private sector capital? And what do you see as the priorities going forward? Third, what type of technical support do government need to mobilize climate finance and crowd in private sector investment? Fourth, what are the lessons learned from carbon market and green bond issuance from the experiences of member states to generate sufficient resources? And finally, how can countries integrate natural capital to drive economic growth beyond GDP measures? And I think this will be also particularly important going forward for the reason that some of the things and some of the direction now is to, for example, for the debt sustainability assessment, to take into account climate risk. What this means for Africa is that we will basically be seen as having a lot more climate risk than other regions, yet it's very important that also our contribution to solving the problem and the fact that we are contributing less to pollution and have more of the sequestering needs is captured. Otherwise, we will be put at a disadvantage by just looking at the risk part without looking and incorporating the opportunity side. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your comments and questions.
Thank you so much, Anand, for a very comprehensive and to the point presentation. I think this will make our work, our conversation much easier and faster. Now, there are several issues she has brought onto the fore. I think for me, the issue of pipeline of bankable projects. I think this is a serious challenge for Africa, where we have a wish list rather than a list of bankable projects. So we have to invest in bankability. I think that's going to be critical. And then the issue of green, blue, or sustainability bonds, I think that's another mystery for most countries in terms of what the hell is happening. Where do I start? What do I do? So I think for me, that's another issue. On debt management also, I think one other critical issue is what are we using these resources for? I've heard cases where countries have gone to the Eurobond, used the money for recurrent expenditures, and then you can't pay the bond when it matures. So we have to be very, very strategic about what we do. Again, you bring back at regional level the issue of carbon markets. We discussed the implementation of the CFTA. Again, the indicators, how do we measure success, etc., and so forth. Those are critical areas. The issue of the critical minerals and electrical vehicles. Really, I'm delighted with the collaboration between Zambia and the DRC in this area, where we have seen them working together to see how they can move in this strategic area, strategic sector. And we are also hoping that Zimbabwe can join this to make a trio, so that we have huge resources of lithium. In Zimbabwe, we also have cobalt, etc. So a trio would make a much bigger platform in terms of what we can do, what we can produce. On the global front, the issue of sustainable debt resolution frameworks, I think that's going to be fundamental going forward. How do we make the G20 common framework agile, fast enough for our countries? Representation at the IMF and Bretton Woods institutions and the UN, I think those are critical issues. And then on the SDRs, it's so amazing that they are failing to raise or mobilize even a fraction of what they thought they would raise. And I know President Adesina, the ADB, has been pushing for channeling of these resources to the ADB. So I think these are some of my picks from the presentation. But thank you so much, Anand, for the presentation. Now, she asked very key issues for discussion, and I hope we've captured those issues so that we can have a focused and results-oriented discussion. So we open the floor for conversation, discussion. Who's going to take it up? I know it's tough after lunch. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for the presentation. That was very elaborate. About the issue of green and sustainable bonds, I know it's a new area that we are trying to encourage the continent to open itself to. and to get involved. As you said, just a small percentage is involved in that. But my take is that even though it's a bond that will come perhaps at a lower rate, repayment will be easier, it remains a debt that would add to the existing debt that Africa has and most African countries are trying to deal with. So I was suggesting that why don't we try to promote private capital mobilization, because you realize that within the continent there are a lot of individual rich people. Africa is one of the countries that most people are able to build their own houses. Outside in advanced economies, people take mortgages and all that. That means that there is resources and there's capital in private hands. And we are not into mortgage financing and all those things that will release funds for other things. And I bring this question up because of the experience of Ghana. When we had debt repayment issues, it was easier to deal with domestic debt, restructuring of domestic debt, because that is within your confines and it is in your own currency. So if we are able to focus and develop financial investment instruments that will let individual rich people release their funds, release their capital to government, to private government partnerships, then you know that if there is any structural challenges within the country, it will be easier to deal with such issues than when we constantly borrow from the international market. Because you see, as the cash, the issue you gave was we need to monitor and report proper use of these resources. So we still have a challenge in terms of the application of these resources when we go and borrow them. So once we haven't fully dealt with the proper use of these resources, it is just another opportunity for us to find easier ways to get capital, but may not properly apply it effectively, but add to our debt levels. So if we are able to really invest in private capital investments within the country, because as I said, there are a lot of wealthy people, then when we have structural challenges, it will be easier for us to deal with. And I think that we should begin to look inside, because Africa has a lot of wealthy people within, and we are not making use of those resources. Most people have monies under their drawers. Most people invest and put their monies in Swift banks, put their monies elsewhere, and they are not investing in the continent, because perhaps there are not attractive investment instruments around for them to invest in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Very pertinent questions. This issue of abundant private capital, African capital, I always wonder when I see investments by rich Africans going out. So I think it's another, why is that happening? Is the environment conducive? What are the issues for such capital, African private capital, to invest in Africa? I think those are some of the issues. We have the Dangotes now, we have started making a difference in terms of investing in oil, processing, etc., cement manufacture. We have others also even investing in social sectors, etc. So I think it's an issue to say, why is this happening? Thank you so much for your contribution. Next contribution from the floor. Is that Zimbabwe? Hello? Okay, Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I was very much drawn to the issue of biodiversity credits that you spoke of, which I think is something that as the African continent should be pushing very much, because we have the natural capital that is actually contributing towards the sequestration of carbon dioxide. Just, I wanted to know if in doing this, there's also been work in developing continental-based certification organizations and verification organizations. The continent is heavily dependent on external technical resources for the certification of credits, for the trade of credits, even for the verification of credits. How far are we, particularly when we are dealing with something that is likely to benefit all of us, such as biodiversity credits, in developing the accompanying certification and verification agencies on the continent?
Thank you. Again, the issue of carbon trading, carbon markets, it's a mystery, I think, and that's a mystery we have to unveil. So I hope ECA can assist together with other institutions like the ADB on this front. Burkina Faso, please.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole. Je voudrais féliciter la communicatrice pour la clarté donc, de la présentation et dire que le Burkina Faso est engagé depuis 2013 sur la transition de son économie vers une économie verte et inclusive. Alors dans ce sens, le Burkina a élaboré en 2018 une stratégie nationale sur l'économie verte et également a mis en place, a créé une direction générale qui s'occupe spécifiquement de l'économie verte et du changement climatique. Et le Burkina a également organisé en décembre dernier, du 19 au 21 décembre 2023, l'Académie nationale sur l'économie verte. Et toutes ces initiatives, c'est pour donner l'information d'abord aux populations afin que tout le monde puisse s'engager dans cette transition verte. Parce que tant que les populations n'ont pas l'information, il sera difficile de réussir notre mission qui est donc de conduire réellement notre économie à une économie verte et inclusive. Alors maintenant, la question que nous nous posons, que le Burkina a élaboré la deuxième génération de la contribution déterminée au niveau national, avec un besoin de financement de 2 527 863 000 dollars à rechercher. Maintenant, comment il faut y parvenir? C'est la grande question que nous nous posons. Et si Madame a des propositions de solutions pour nous, nous sommes preneurs. Et la deuxième question que j'avais à poser, est déjà posée par mon prédécesseur. C'est par rapport au crédit carbone, qui est vraiment un mystère, comme M. le Président l'a dit. Et jusque-là, nous avons des difficultés pour y parvenir. Même pour l'évaluation, parfois, il y a de petits soucis. Donc, c'est véritablement une technologie qui n'est pas totalement maîtrisée dans nos pays et il faudrait qu'on y travaille. Et comme nous sommes tous là pour réfléchir, afin donc de trouver des solutions communes à nos problèmes communs, je pense que nous devons sortir avec un calendrier bien établi qui va nous permettre d'avancer sur ce dossier-là. La troisième préoccupation, c'est la question des énergies renouvelables. Nous savons très bien que, en tout cas dans nos pays, nous avons l'énergie solaire en quantité. Maintenant, comment l'exploiter pour que nos populations en bénéficient certainement et à moindre coût? C'est ça le vrai défi qu'il faut donc parvenir à résorber. Et l'autre défi, c'est la question de la gestion de l'eau pour la boisson, mais également pour la production agricole. Donc nous avons besoin effectivement de mettre en œuvre des stratégies de gestion durable de l'eau, donc pour nous permettre de sortir des problèmes de sécurité alimentaire. Donc voilà les commentaires que je voulais faire, Monsieur le Président. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. Thank you so much for the contribution. Pertinent issues being raised. Libya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Hanan for such a wonderful presentation. And I would like to thank the government of Zimbabwe for their hospitality. My question is, all the UN agencies always keep talking about supporting the continent and African countries reduce the carbon emissions and invest in the clean energy. But we don't see that in numbers. I mean, is there any mechanism that they're working at, or are they categorizing the countries to rich and poor? Because my country never been approached by any agency to help with this subject. Regarding the clean energy in the state of Libya, my government has approved a national strategy that would increase the percentage of the clean energy to 22% out of all energy by 2030. Thank you so much.
Thank you. ECA, the UN agencies, your presence and support. So I'm sure we'll get some answers later on. Okay, Uganda, you were next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
In Tanzania, okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. And of course, to thank the presenter for the very good presentation. And as Uganda, we want to align ourselves with the issues that have been presented. Especially, I think the presenter indicated the legal and institutional framework as very pertinent in the implementation of inclusive growth strategies. In Uganda, actually, what we've done is that in 2021, we put in place what we call the Climate Change Act to legally enforce the implementation of climate change responsive measures in line with the resolutions from international conventions such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. At the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we also established what we call the Climate Finance Unit, whose major role is to enhance the mobilization of climate financing at the ministry. In respect that WACLA has achieved several milestones. As of now, WACLA mobilized about $1.95 million from the Global Fund Growth Initiative for the development of that unit. Uganda has also put in place what we call the Green Economy Recovery Plan, that was in 2022, to address any pending issues in the critical areas of joint financing, including climate finance, renewable energy, and resilient agriculture, among others. So, on the issue of financing, there are several issues that we see as critical to inclusive growth economies. First, we need to balance the allocation of private sector investment across areas that generate economic, social, and environmental outcomes. So, key here is the issue of the environmental outcomes. So, when we are doing this, we need to balance these allocations. I think the issue of innovative financing also came up, and we believe we need to critically use innovative financing instruments and mechanisms to leverage emerging sources of financing. We talked of the carbon, the issue of the carbon emissions, the green bonds, sustainability bonds, and sustainability-linked bonds. All this we have to put into perspective. And I think, thank you, Chair. Those are our key issues for discussion.
Thank you, Uganda, for your continued interventions. Most appreciated. Next, Tanzania.
Thank you, Excellency Chairperson, for this opportunity. Chairperson, our contribution will base on the key issue for discussion. Issue number 2 on carbon market, and the number 3 on technical support needed. Dear colleague, Tanzania is actively pursuing innovative strategy for resource mobilization to support its transition to a green economy. One crucial initiative is the implementation of financial inclusion program aimed at integrating more citizens into the informal banking sector, thus expanding the tax base and increasing domestic resources. This approach, Chairperson, is designed to enhance the government's ability to fund sustainable development projects and reduce reliance on external financing. However, like many other African countries, Tanzania is facing systemic financial challenges. Financing gap, rising public debts, and the challenges in mobilizing domestic resources compounded by illicit financial flow, which significantly hinder progress. Therefore, we urge member states to focus on their domestic resource mobilization through innovative financing, such as bond, public partnership, to reduce overdependence in foreign assistance and non-concessional borrowing. Chairperson, also access to climate finance is critical for enabling the transition to green economy. However, the complexity and duration of the accreditation process to the Green Climate Fund can be a significant barrier. In this regard, Tanzania is of the view that a unified and coordinated approach is necessary in our call for, number one, simplification of the GCF accreditation process to make it more accessible and less time-consuming for countries, especially those with limited resources, to gain accreditation. This simplification should not compromise due diligence, but rather streamline administrative procedure. Number two, enhancing support for applicants. This is through the provision of technical assistance and capacity building initiative to help countries navigate the accreditation process more effectively. This support is crucial for ensuring that projects, particularly those aimed at vulnerable community and sector, such as clean cooking, receive timely funding. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We submit.
Thank you, Tanzania. I think the issue of the GCF, I think that's going to be an interesting one in terms of country experiences with the GCF. Has it made an impact? What are the issues? Maybe we'll find a common thread of issues so that we have an African position on this critical issue. So maybe, Hanan, you can take note and maybe elaborate on that later on and see how we can move on. Next is DRC. The passion.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, pour l'occasion qui m'est offerte de prendre la parole. En tout cas, je loue, Monsieur le Président, Excellence, Monsieur le Président, la qualité de l'exposé que nous venons de suivre tout à l'heure. Et je félicite l'intervenante. Mais, néanmoins, nous voudrions dire, nous de la RDC, que l'Afrique est la région qui a le moins contribué aux émissions mondiales de gaz à effet de serre, mais qui est le plus touchée par le changement climatique. Notre préoccupation est celle de savoir quelles sont les mesures que nous pouvons mettre en place pour atténuer les effets du changement climatique dans le continent africain. Quant à la mobilisation des ressources financières, la mobilisation des ressources financières est indispensable au succès du processus de transformation durable, en permettant l'appropriation au niveau local du processus de transformation et de développement et ouvrant accès au financement pérenne indispensable. À cet égard, nous proposons que le pays africain devrait mieux utiliser la rente que leur procurent leurs ressources naturelles, par exemple, en transformant un certain pourcentage de cette rente dans un fonds spécial qui servirait à financer les investissements publics pour l'infrastructure, la formation de capital humain, l'acquisition et le développement des technologies, le développement des énergies et la protection des ressources naturelles. Mais la transparence et le principe de responsabilité sont importantes, Monsieur le Président, et pour éviter que ces fonds spéciaux ne soient pas détournés à travers d'autres fonds que celles prévues. Enfin, ma troisième préoccupation concerne le financement carbone. Monsieur le Président, chère assistance, la finance carbone, c'est un potentiel opportunité pour le développement économique de l'Afrique. Ainsi, la délégation de la RDC, nous suggérons qu'il soit créé un marché carbone africain. Je dis et je vous remercie.
Thank you, DRC. Again, we like your passion. Thank you so much for the passion. I'm sure from your passion we can build on that. We have a reality of Aid Africa Network, a CSO at the back. They want to contribute. You have the floor. Are they the ones?
I thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, I also want to join others in congratulating the government of Zimbabwe for hosting and leading this very important conference. Mr. Chairman, as you heard in the morning, Africa holds or is a home to 54% of the world's poor are in Africa, and that should become a major area of concern for us. And indeed, as we design the future, we must really think about government initiatives that should be moving directly towards addressing this pandemic of poverty. I just call it pandemic because it's more than 50%, Mr. Chairman, of the world's poor being in the continent. And in that regard, Mr. Chairman, we really have to think about elements that are critical to helping us address this pandemic. And that requires for us, particularly our governments in the continent, to focus on creating our own physical space that is not necessarily embedded on how much money we are missing out there, but really based on our own resource needs and the mineral potentials that we have, and really use that to design a framework that should respond to the needs of our countries, but most importantly, to the poverty trends that we are seeing. And here I want to align myself with the delegate from Ghana that indeed we must look inwardly. And that means we create safety nets to protect the small and medium-scale enterprises, which are going to be the engine of really restoring the economic conditions in our countries. Mr. Chair, I want to reiterate another point, that one of the most critical resources for addressing poverty is indeed concessional resources. But what we are seeing is indeed donors are becoming the main consumers of their own aid. I think what we need to focus on is really how we can not go out there as beggars, but convert some of these commitments that have been made globally into debt. The 0.7 GNI that was given more than 4 decades ago should be converted into a debt that then Africans can demand to be paid, and not that we go there to beg for us to be considered for help. I rest my case, Mr. Chair.
Case well rested. Thank you. The issue of concessional funding, for me, I think we have to move beyond concessional financing as Africa, really. We have the resources, we have the people, etc. We've discussed all these issues. So why are we still poor? I mean, it's a serious indictment on us. So for me, I wouldn't want to stress the issue of going with a bowl out there. I would rather we see how we can take advantage of the natural resources we have and see how we can fund our own destiny. To me, I think we need to take charge of that destiny. And I don't think we can do it with reliance, heavy reliance on concessional financing. I think it was Ghana who was saying we have a lot of African private sector capital which can be productively invested in Africa. So I think we have to look at all these options. Any other? Côte d'Ivoire? I see Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie la présentatrice pour cette brillante présentation. Je voulais rappeler que la Côte d'Ivoire s'est engagée depuis 2012 dans la transition vers une économie verte. Donc, récemment, elle a accueilli en 2022 la 15e conférence des parties, dénommée la COP 15, sur la déforestation, qui a débouché sur des engagements forts regroupés sous le vocable Abidjan Legacy Programme, qui était d'un montant de 1,5 milliard de dollars. Mais toutefois, les engagements de financement de 2,11 milliards de dollars de plusieurs bailleurs, dont la BAD, la Banque mondiale, le FIDA, l'Union européenne et la BOAD, n'ont toujours pas... n'ont pas été concrétisés. Donc il y a la Côte d'Ivoire qui a aussi pris l'engagement de réduire ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre de 30,41% contre un engagement à l'horizon 2030, contre un engagement initial qui était de 28%. Et par ailleurs, dans le cadre de la remise en état de son couvert forestier, la Côte d'Ivoire a lancé un programme de sensibilisation de la population à travers l'opération Un jour, 50 millions d'arbres. Alors cette opération a permis de planter 3 808 274 arbres sur plus de 3 347 hectares de forêt en 2022. Donc à cela s'ajoutent aussi plusieurs autres programmes et politiques. Et cependant, le défi qu'on a reste le financement et la difficulté d'accès aux fonds climatiques dont les ressources sont virtuellement disponibles, mais l'accès est un peu compliqué. Donc ce qu'on demande, c'est qu'est-ce que la CEA peut faire pour faciliter l'accès ou pour rendre facile l'accès de ces ressources-là. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Any other contributions from the floor? Right at the back, I can't see. You can take the floor and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sarah Maka, Executive Director for Africa for the One Campaign. Thank you for this wonderful presentation and this session and allowing us to make some comments. I have two comments. On the short term, there is an opportunity for middle-income and low-income countries to get development finance at concessional rates through the current IDA 21 replenishment. The reason why this is very important is because we've spoken about the high cost of capital, and IDA represents an opportunity for African countries to get a 0% and very concessional rate. But we need African voices to make a demand for that. As we sit here today, in March, our countries will be negotiating with donor countries to get more IDA. And those negotiations will happen all the way to December. So it's an imperative for our voice. The second comment is a long-term initiative. I want to applaud the work that DRC and Zambia are doing on coming together to process raw materials. As the presentation rightly said, Africa is exporting too many raw materials and we need to add value. However, the only way Africa can do that is if we come collectively as one voice to impose a moratorium on exporting raw materials so that we can invite others to come into the continent and add value to those raw materials. That's how we can increase our revenue. It is a long-term play. It requires a collective African voice because 1 or 2 or 3 countries alone cannot make this happen. So I'd like to propose those two ideas to the chair for consideration. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for the contribution. AIDA replenishments, yes, they contribute to our resource needs at concessional rates, but in terms of AIDA replenishments filling the financing gap, I'm not so sure. I've participated in 2 of these replenishments, and I'm not so sure if that's the solution for Africa. That's my own personal view, but it's worth following up. And then the issue of collaboration, we've spoken about that. I think that's going to be critical. We have the Central Bank of Egypt online. Can we connect, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I thank Dr. Morsi for her contribution and the presentation. I would like to add some point to the discussion. That is, the African continent is home to many of the world's natural capital, including 30% of mineral reserves, the 8% of natural gas, 12% of oil reserves, and 40% of gold, and up to 90% chromium and platinum. The largest reserves of cobalt, diamonds, platinum, and uranium in the world are found in Africa. The continent holds 65% of the world's arable land and 10% of the planet's internal renewable freshwater resources. We encourage the international financial institutions and credit rating agencies to consider accounting for an inclusive GDP, new measures that take into account such resources. This will not only enhance the economic activities in the continent by encouraging investments, but also would help support the African countries' credit ratings and hence pave the way for a reduction in costs of borrowing for the continent and enhance its access to a capital market. I thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. Now I'm going to, before Hanan comes in, I'm going to quote an African leader recently at the AU opening. The quote goes as this: if the owners of natural resources go around begging, then you should know there's something wrong with their minds. I rest my case. Hanan, please.
Thank you.
Before Hanan, sure. I think there's Comoros. Sorry. The Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance, Honorable, thank you for being with us. You have the floor. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Et je saisis d'abord l'occasion pour remercier le gouvernement de Zimbabwe pour l'accueil chaleureux dans leur belle ville que nous sommes en train de vivre, pour laquelle nous sommes en train de vivre le climat et tout. Je salue particulièrement la présentation de Dr Anna, mais je me demande s'il ne faut pas approfondir 3 questions qui constituent des défis communs à nous tous. On a parlé de mystère carbone, on parle de manque d'expertise et on parle aussi de coopération publique-privée. Ce sont 3 défis qui me semblent énormes et essentiels pour tout le continent. Par rapport à cela, il me semble qu'il serait indiqué de disposer d'instruments adaptés, sinon dédiés, pour, d'une part, résoudre la non-disponibilité des informations sur le climat, parce que ça constitue un défi pour tout le monde. On n'a pas le même niveau d'information pour le sujet. Et on n'a pas un cadre dédié pour l'évaluation de nos capacités carbone, en fait, pour pouvoir rentrer au même niveau dans le marché carbone. Et on parle aussi de la mobilisation du secteur privé qui demande à ce qu'il y ait une coopération publique-privée, donc un cadre de coopération pour l'ensemble des pays. Donc, par rapport à tout cela, je crois qu'il est temps de disposer des réseaux pour certains pays comme les petits États insulaires qui constituent une entité dans l'ensemble du continent africain et qui pourraient aussi constituer une force de développement, sinon une force de proposition et d'action pour aller plus vite dans ces défis. Je crois que ces questions-là, ce sont des questions qui peuvent faire l'objet de résolutions ici pour que nous puissions aller concrètement dans des propositions qui peuvent nous donner des solutions assez concrètes. Donc je m'arrête là en supposant qu'il y aura ici, on aura ici à sortir une stratégie de croissance verte pour l'ensemble des pays africains, parce que chaque pays dispose de sa stratégie et on ne peut pas se contenter de des stratégies de chaque pays, plutôt avoir une stratégie commune pour l'ensemble du continent et avoir des solutions dédiées pour l'ensemble des pays. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your wise guidance there. I think I like the issue you're raising of the carbon mystery and the three critical areas you have talked about, and also this idea of a dedicated framework. I think it's an interesting proposal. Any more contributions before we move to our online contributions? Okay, there is Africa ICT Alliance, Mr. Jimson Olufuye. Can we connect him, please? Okay, for time, maybe I'll ask Hanan to start her responses, and then we can try again the online contributions. Hanan, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by really thanking all the delegates for the valuable insights and contributions and very lively discussion. Let me start with some of the remarks you made, Chair, regarding the pipeline of bankable project. This is a very important area that we have been working closely on with partners, including Audanibad, to develop viable pipeline of bankable projects. But I think there is also another element that I find really also striking, which is when we have the bankable projects and we go to the investors and the bilaterals, the MDBs and others that internationally, the next thing is they tell you, oh, but the size is too small. So I think beyond the, preparing and supporting the bankable projects, we need to find a way of aggregating opportunities to actually make sure that once this is done, it's actually attractive and ensures the availability of the required financing. So that would be also an area that need further work to avail resources. On the area of the green-blue bonds mystery, well, I think there are a number of African countries, and we had before even one of the Minister of Finance of Egypt before spoke about their experience with green bond issuances, that at the end it was not much lower than other bonds, yet it was very heavy in terms of reporting and in terms of all the burden of providing the information and the data on the use of resources and so on. So here, one of the key issues is this, basically it needs to be attractive to invest this time and resources to actually issue green bonds that need to be to provide you with advantages to just normal bond issuances, because you are committing to specific climate actions. Hence, that's why we're saying that for these type of bonds, we need to have credit enhancement. We need to have things like, sovereign guarantees or MDB-backed guarantees to lower the cost, because there is a lot that you're putting on the table in terms of commitments. It needs to be also matched with what you're getting in terms of cost. Second, there is the issue of also having the statistical and data infrastructure to ease the burden of reporting. And that's why we need to develop this so that it's not an additional burden, but it's already data and information points that would be regularly available. And what you're going to be doing is capitalizing on that to actually show quantified, credible results. So these are some of the things that I think would be key, and some also the areas that we have been working on at ECA, including, for example, through the Initiative on Debt, Sustainable Debt Coalition that came out of COP27. Of course, I couldn't agree more with the chair on the issue of how much it matters where and how debt is actually being used, because that basically determines its sustainability. It should not be to finance current expenditure. It should be to finance investments and actions that actually basically provide the returns long term. And that is really the responsibilities of governments at the African level to ensure the good use of that debt so that it gets the highest returns and it's an investment for the future. And there are a number of countries that, for example, that had national mechanisms that kind of provide the checks and balances that this is actually being done. So I think we need stronger ownership in ensuring that at a national level, so that we can have better governance and transparency of the use of that debt. Of course, on the issue of carbon market, I think one thing that perhaps I had not mentioned, we also need to, we are, working on all this work in terms of supporting the development of national and regional carbon markets, but we also need the system even globally to work, meaning we need to have a fair carbon pricing. We cannot have carbon pricing in Europe that is $120 US per ton and less than 10 in Africa. So we need to be fairly compensated for what we are contributing. And we start with doing our part in terms of enhancing the integrity, strengthening the integrity of the carbon markets and improving transparency, but we need to ensure that there is the appropriate and fair pricing of carbon credit. We had the intervention and questions from Ghana. Thank you very much. You've already mentioned a few things that Ghana is doing, but on the idea of sustainable bonds, I think monitoring and reporting of proceeds is very important. And as I mentioned earlier, it's really key to reduce the burdensome of doing that by having that data infrastructure. But you've raised a very important point in terms of how can we leverage more of the national and continental resources. And I totally agree with you that we need to work a lot more and deepen our efforts to develop local capital markets and regional capital markets so that actually this can materialize. For example, in a number of African countries, because of current regulations, pension funds cannot invest in capital markets. That's an issue. Like if your own pension funds, by rules, are not allowed to invest, who do you think, who would invest in it? So I think we need to look at regulatory aspects. We need to look into ways of improving the liquidity and the functioning of the national and regional capital markets. And this will be really key. This is how we can fund our own developments. And in many times, actually, these investments have higher returns than what the resources alternatively go for. Zimbabwe talked about the issue of continental-based certification and verification. I think there are a number of entities that support us, not just ECA, but also other UN agencies. Burkina Faso, they talked about the issue of biodiversity credit and the need to actually ensure how do we ensure that there is a fair compensation and the need to harness solar energy. What I want to emphasize in this regard is we have a huge opportunity that being latecomers to development. Yes, we are at a disadvantage in many things, but it's a huge opportunity. Starting or doing it later means you can benefit. You start from where others have ended. So we don't need to start from where they started 30 years ago. We have options. We have, for example, the cost of solar energy is now massively, massively cheaper than if you looked at it 20 years ago. We need to invest that the solutions that we are doing is solutions for the future. We need to make sure that we are capitalizing on the resources that we have rather than exporting our development opportunities by just exporting raw materials. We need to actually build the value chains domestically and regionally to utilize this, and we need to make sure that we are setting the system, including from skills perspective, to actually support that. We need to lead the way, not just be consumers of green products going forward. I couldn't agree more that the issue of green transition also covers sustainability of resources. Of course, also sustainability of use of water going forward. This is one of the key issues to ensure food security, especially with the changes in weather and droughts and floods and all that. So it will be really important. I agree with the delegate remark on this. Libya, thank you for the question. We have been helping in a number of areas with regard to greening. We'll be happy to take the conversation with the teams forward in terms of the type of things that we're doing and what would be perhaps attractive for your country. Uganda, thank you for sharing the experiences in terms of the national, the Climate Act and the Green Economic Recovery Plan that was made. I completely agree with you on the need to leverage innovative financing solutions. Part of it, of course, is building the capacity internally to actually be able to utilize that. And ECA will be happy to support in that area. Tanzania, it's really interesting the experience you've shared in terms of implementing financial inclusion measures and how this can actually help with domestic resource mobilization and broadening the tax net or tax base. I think a number of Tanzania and others have talked about the Green Climate Fund in terms of access. I think totally agree that it has not perhaps delivered as we had hoped for, and part of it is how long it takes to go through the process and the complexity. So one area is how can we help in simplifying the process, but I think even maybe important issue is how can we have a way of simplifying these processes across different funds and financiers. So how can we perhaps, if a certain project and you have all this process that you've gone through to apply for the Green Climate Fund, then can you take that application, or can it go automatically to the next, whether it's a development bank or bilateral agency that work on climate, so that you don't need to restart the process every time you apply for something or it doesn't work with one. It may not work for one because of level of exposure to a certain country or because of focus on whether it's mitigation or adaptation for whatever reason. But to actually reduce the burden of going through these processes, I think some sort of a platform can really help in reducing the burden on countries and also expediting the process. Then we also had Cote d'Ivoire sharing the experience on reforestation program and the point I had just spoken about, which is the complex access to financing, climate financing. We had also Comoros speaking about the challenges due to lack of expertise. I think, of course, this is an area that we realize and we're trying to support member states in it. But also the issue of the suggestion of having a framework to evaluate carbon market capacity. That's a really good point. Thank you. I think this is something we can definitely look into as a way of just assessing the readiness of countries. So it's something we'll take into consideration on how we can, look into this and perhaps develop it. Then there is also the issue of the common strategy for the continent. I think the efforts that we've been trying to build in terms of supporting sub-regional carbon markets is a way forward of really, bringing it together, and hopefully with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, it can provide, the ground to actually advance it not just at sub-regional level, but broader at a continental level. There are also, other solutions that we can think of, like issues of having developing commodity exchange markets to actually promote more of the carbon market integration. So these are all important ideas that we'll be looking into going forward. Then for the comment from Egypt on including the contributions and the potential of the continent, whether through natural resources, whether through the ability to provide solutions from sequestering carbon, whether through the potential of renewable energy. I think it is important that we make sure that this is actually taken into account. But I would go a step further in saying that not only that, we need to take the positive externality and the negative externality. It needs to be a way to account globally. So for advanced economies that are high polluters, that need to be reflected as a negative externality to the GDP. While Africa, if they are contributing to solutions, that need to be taken into account as a positive contribution, so that we have, in a way, a level playing field where you're not only thinking about how you are producing this activity and that output, but what are you doing and how are you harming the environment or producing negative externality by doing that. You cannot only look at the positive side, completely ignoring the negative externality. So that would be really important, and that would be important also because it provides, it's the base, whatever you measure is relative to your GDP or a measure of GDP. So that would be a way to take into account the positive things that are not taken into account currently, for example, in credit rating. Yes, and then on Sarah from One Campaign, I think I agree on the need to support scaling up of concessional resources, at IMF, at World Bank, at MDBs, because these are very important tools to allow countries to invest in SDG, as well as to take action, climate action. And I think we've been even not only saying the replenishment of IDA, for example, but we have been asking for tripling of these resources going forward, trying to be sufficiently ambitious so that we can actually be able to reform the access to such resources to allow middle-income countries to tap it when they are hit by climate shock. And then on the issue of the moratorium of exports of raw material, as much as, I found that interesting, but of course this would be against WTO rules, so it's quite complex, and we have countries that have tried that, and for example Indonesia, and they had issues or repercussions from doing that. So I think, it's a very important issue that we basically, instead of exporting our development opportunities by just exporting raw material, is how do we really develop the incentives to make it attractive and ensure that there is domestic value added and regional value added around it. And there are, I believe, alternative ways of doing that. And this is what we have been doing, in collaboration with DRC, with Zambia. So we need to just scale up this. more in the continent. Finally, I think just wanted to say that some of the things that we're talking about, particularly related to the global financial architecture, will be part of what will be discussed in a breakfast meeting on Monday morning, which ministers or head of delegations plus one will be invited to talk in more details about what need to be fixed at a global level. And I hope that you will join where we will have more in-depth discussion on these areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anan, for your comprehensive response and conversation. Now we have Africa ICT Alliance, Mr. Jimson Olufuye, online.
Thank you very much, distinguished chairman. My name is Jimson Olufuye. I'm the chair of the Advisory Council of the Africa ICT Alliance. The Africa ICT Alliance is an alliance of ICT associations and ICT companies and professional individuals across Africa. We are currently in a little over 40 African countries. Our vision is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa, in accord with WSIS 2005 outcomes. So I really want to start by really thanking the UNECA and the government of Zimbabwe for this invitation and the excellent platform. I apologize for the itch, when I was called earlier, it still happens. But basically, it has been a wonderful presentation, excellent presentation, and very rich. And I want to commend all those that have made presentations. So I will just make some few comments. Number one is to say that the private sector is always ready to partner with the public sector with regard to boosting the economic profile of our nations. We are committed to lifting up our people, as a government too are committed to taking our people out of poverty. So we are committed to working hands in hands with our governments. And that is to say that we want our government to embrace multi-stakeholder approach to everything they do. For example, I don't know how many of our delegation, the government delegation, have private sector embedded in this delegation. So I want to encourage that there should be a culture that we should have private sector within our countries embedded in our delegation. They'll be able to fund themselves if advanced information is provided, notification is provided. And talking about this, I must give an example of Nigeria, where the government has been doing a lot to work with the private sector. And then we talk about the result of that with the Dangote and a lot of tech unicorns in Nigeria today. So it works, and it works well if we collaborate, if we cooperate. Secondly, I would like to really say we should challenge our sectors, the private sector, the academic community, the technical community in our countries. We need to challenge. We need to be challenged, domestically, with regard to solution, even to climate change, even to adding value to our raw materials. We need to be challenged. You'll be surprised that we have a lot of know-how within our countries. I believe the real gap is that we have not been really challenged, given standard framework to really deliver on national requirements. In some cases where it's been done, where I can testify about, it has worked. For example, using clean energy to power data centers. We have used that for more than 10 years, data centers being powered by solar energy, purely solar energy. And it's been working very well. So let's challenge our people, our experts within our country, so that our currency our resources can stay within Africa. That is when our economy will have value, our currency too will have value. Then thirdly, with regard to agriculture, it's very important. Let's grow what we eat and eat what we grow. We have a lot of arable land, like has been well established, and we know it. So let's focus on that, and that is when resources, our wealth, will really show up. Then fourthly, I would like to add my voice with regard to tax issue. I've been talking about taxes, bringing many more people to tax net, but how about optimizing the tax system? The taxation system needs to be optimized, especially in the ICT sector. Because when we optimize it, there'll be more connectivity. More people in the underserved area will be connected. And even more revenue will come to the government, basically. And GDP will be boosted. And this reminds me of a research done by UNECA, I think 2 years ago, on the implication of connectivity, that is ICT and cybersecurity, to development in the fourth industrial revolution. And it came up with a very positive outcome. And that is that a 10% increase in internet penetration connectivity will yield between 1 to 8% increase in GDP, putting more money to every individual per capita. The same thing for cybersecurity. When we boost our cybersecurity by 10%, it will give us about 0.66% to 5.4% boost in GDP per capita. So these are positive outcomes that we are seeing. And then lastly, the link to that report, at least the outcome of that research, is on the website cd4ir.africa, www.cd4ir.africa. So if you follow that link, you'll be able to see the outcome of that research work. Then finally, we have a low-hanging fruit. And the low-hanging fruit is with regard to digitalization. UNECA has been promoting a lot of the digitalization agenda and via the framework. And when we digitalize our activities, that's our government, then ease of business will be boosted, and then risk will be removed, and more money will be in the hands of the citizens. And with that, our economy will be boosted, and there will be increased inter-Africa relationship, that will support the African Continental Free Trade Zone regime. So Africa, we have the golden opportunity. So I want to thank the chair for giving me the floor, and I want to thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much.
Now, I think, do we have any more takers? Okay. Oh, there's one right at the back. Please identify yourself and let's be concise.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. I just wanted to comment on one question that was raised about how the UN agencies support. Now, in terms of clean energy, I would like to report that at a global level, WMO collaborates with the International Renewable Energy to foster the forecasting of renewable sources like wind, solar, and hydropower. And this is important to have collaboration at a global level, but also at a regional level. As we know that this climate, the clean energy sources, they are not sustainable. Some of them, they have fluctuation. If I give an example of wind, you can have this source, but after time you have a fluctuation. So it's important to mainstream climate into operations and management and planning of energy resources. And the WMO is available to support members on this. At a national level, WMO also supports members by providing precise weather, water, and climate data that are crucial requirements for our transition to clean energy. We need to ensure resilience of our energy system against extreme weather and climate change impacts. Even the energy system itself can be impacted by the climate change. So it's important to make sure that we integrate this in the planning. And the WMO is supporting this at all levels, starting from global up to national level. Just wanted to report this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that elaboration on the role of UN agencies. Now, I think we can come to the close of this very interesting session. Thanks, Anand, for the presentation and your conversation with our delegates. I think my take before we close, and then we'll have some announcements. I think I liked your approach on having national, regional, and global perspectives and what needs to happen within each category. And I think it makes us easier for interventions. I think that's a very good approach. So with that, I think I won't waste time repeating and summarizing what she has eloquently done. All it remains for me is to thank you all for the active participation this afternoon. Let's resume this tomorrow. We are starting our meetings tomorrow at 9. So have a very interesting and wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9. I don't know if there are from the Secretariat announcements.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you very much for everybody. I just need to make the announcement for the dinner. There has been a little change of plans because we are being hosted at another event. So thank you very much for this. So the dinner will be at a place called Chipala, which is only a short 4 minutes drive away from here. What we need is for delegates to bring their accreditation card, please. And there is limited parking there, so we are, the host is organizing pickups at 6:15 from the hotel here. So we request you to be at the entrance of the hotel at 6:15 sharp for departure for the shuttle buses. You will be dropped off there and picked up. And if anybody needs to be picked up with a car afterwards, you can do so, but the place doesn't have a lot of parking, so we need to arrange this. But the departure from here is 6:15 with a shuttle bus at the entrance of this hotel. Please don't forget to bring accreditation cards for all member states delegates. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those announcements. So we can break for coffee, tea, then we can prepare for the dinner. I'm told it's going to be wonderful. I don't know, I've not been briefed, but I'm told it's wonderful. So, so we wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you so much.
And we encourage people to visit the women artisan stand where they are selling local handicrafts. It's just here. Thank you.